We'll find a way around it. Okay, so let me start. Let me start on a fairly interesting note. It is that I was told that I'll be addressing. Okay, so there's a portion on the flyer that says free. How many of us saw the flyer? And that free was very boldly written. It's in your face, yeah? So just when I got in here, even though I got in minutes after the event should have been on, I remembered that in 1999, is there anybody here who was born after 1999? Just so that I know that. I'm not talking about your political age, your real age. All right, in 1999, when the then General Obasanjo was running for presidency, and they asked him about his policy about free education, because free education is something that everybody wanted to hear that the government would do. Olufalaye was the person running alongside him then. And Olufalaye said he will do free education. And Obasanjo said, I will translate in English. He said, Ogunta bafowora aole moye. Meaning, the medication that you don't pay to buy, you will not know the value. And so the learning for all of us this morning is if you ever plan to organize an event of this nature, charge something. If people have skin in the game, there is more commitment. If somebody had paid 5,000 naira or 3,000 naira, they would have looked for the little extra transportation to make sure that they are here. Why? Because something has left their pockets. Do you agree with me? You may not agree, but it works. An event of certain magnitude, except of course you are if like the platform where every May 1st and every October 1st, right? We listen to them. We listen to A-list speakers for free. All right, so I'm here to talk about creativity. I had quite some interesting thoughts when I was putting together my slides. And I can also start by picking on some people. Bros, when you finish taking that picture, please come. Bolu, please come. Now you bring us, come. Oga, already take picture. You come. At least I can use the two of you as guinea pigs. Please put your hands together for them. Once upon a time, I paid your salary, so I can still do you anyhow. Come here. You know they use me to do fine boy. So look at this man. See the way he's dressed. This is creativity, not be so? I don't understand. Is this skirt or trouser or wrap skirt or long skirt? Meanwhile, he's an alpha, but thank you. You can go. Okay, used to come. Once upon a time, this shoe that Bolu is wearing, it would have been out of place if he wasn't wearing socks. No be so? And that is creativity. So, thank you very much. You can go. So, please put your hands together for them. The point I needed to make with that is creativity is turning what we know on its head, and people will come to agree with it. Once upon a time, it was a taboo for guys to plait their hair, right? But today, it is a way of life. This is fashion. Except then you were a Rasta man or a reggae artist. Plaiting your head was an issue. But these days, you have the Kobo Mali and several other people who... You get the point, don't you? Kobo Mali, yeah. A lot of people who plait their hair. And... all right, so in 15 minutes that I'm told that I have, I would share a few thoughts on creativity and how it is transforming our lives. All of us are beneficiaries or victims of creativity. I'll say it again. All of us are beneficiaries or victims of creativity. I know that many of us may agree with the beneficiary part, and we may quarrel with the victim part. But if you used to work in Nokia, or BlackBerry, or Kodak, you will agree that you can be a victim of creativity. All right, so I begin my presentation. As I said, I should be done in about 15 minutes. I'm delighted to share my thoughts on a topic that has no end, an infinite concept that has been from the existence of humanity till date. We are all products of the creativity of God, and God has invited all of us to be co-creators. No, so? Good. This microphone I'm holding, God didn't create it, right? He created the person that created it. Creativity is the basis of our existence and on which we are all here today. And I'd like to thank the creator of I Create, Mr. Bolu Akpanishile, for the invitation to deliver this keynote. The topic we're exploring is both exciting and essential, exploring the transformative power of creativity in shaping the future of industries. Creativity is an innate talent and a critical driver of innovation and transformation across some sectors. Am I correct? Creativity is a critical driver of innovation and transformation across some sectors. Yes or no? Yes or no? Creativity, I'll say it for the last time. Creativity is a critical driver of innovation and transformation across some sectors. Yes or no? Eh? Okay. Who are you voting for, APC or PDP? Before you said yes, now you can't see. You didn't hear and you are answering. See, the part of the problem of Nigeria. You are answering a question that you didn't hear. All right, madam, what did you say? All sectors. All right, thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. All sectors. Every sector of the economy. Every facet of life. The way my grandparents dressed is not the way my parents dressed. It is not the way I dress, and it is unlikely to be the way our children will dress. Yes or no? So there's creativity in fashion. It is in education, it is in entertainment, and it's in creativity itself. It's not only a catalyst for change, but it is a foundational element in redefining industries and shaping our collective future. I started my life, for instance, my work life as a printer, but I've always been involved in creative endeavors, whether as an idea originator or a supporter of other people's ideas. I believe that I am called to create or to co-create. One of the biggest mistakes that those who know me and with whom I can confidently discuss ideas is that if they ever share a thought with me, I will keep reminding them and encouraging them to make it happen. I am one of those people. So if you have any ideas and you think it is good, please don't share it with me. You run the risk of getting a call from me regularly or a text message, except you can dodge me. Because I believe that it is in creating that we advance humanity. It is the execution of creative thoughts that we're able to shape industries. We're all created by the Creator to be creators and co-creators. Bolu was created in part to create, I create, and to provide a platform for other creators like us to meet and to get challenged by the thoughts being shared at this forum today. As I said, I am a printer, I am a master of ceremonies, I am a broadcaster, I am a lecturer, I am a public relations professional, I am a politician, I am an apprentice photographer, and I'm a failed graphic artist. Don't ask me why I failed. You see those two guys that were here? They wanted to make sure that I never learned graphics so that their salaries can continue. You see the two of them are running. Okay, one is bending down and hiding there, you see. When I ask them to teach me what they are doing, they'll say, oh, God, no, sir. If you know how to do it, I don't have a job anymore. But in everything, there is God. In my future life, I may be a tech bro. Any tech bros in the building? Any aspiring tech bros? You're a tech bro. I thought you were MC. Oh no, come on, you are multi-dimensional. Politician. I could be a painter or an artist, a lawyer, an actor, a comedian, or even an investment banker. All what I have mentioned are things that I have thought I could be. It was Jim Rohn who said, discover all that you can be, even if you may not be all. When they were asking somebody who they met in the course of the interaction, someone said they met a content creator. So where's the content creator? You are the content creator. Who is the meter of the content creator? Who met you are the meter, she's the meetee. All right. Madam, when you were in primary school or secondary school, when they ask you, what's your future ambition? Did you say content creator? What did you say, lawyer or doctor or accountant or engineer? Not even pastors did we say. But today, some of us have found ourselves on the pulpit by calling or by finding out who we are. So, we're in a constant state of evolution as human beings. I'm sure that very few of us, and I stand to be challenged, very few of us are doing what we studied in school. Very few of us are doing what we thought we were going to be when we were in primary school or secondary school. And it's the same with our children. If your child came up to you today and said, Mom, I want to be a fireman. Fireman, you can understand that if the person is in the US or in the UK. Do you know what fireman is? Pano, pano. Is there anybody amongst us here who wanted to work with the Federal Fire Service? I doubt. Good. So the point is, you wanted to be? You want to be their director. Receive it. No, because you will get to where there is fire and there will be no water in your truck. Is that also? All right. Anyway, creativity is creating so we can keep creating until the Creator calls us home. Now, whatever it is that we are doing, we have not yet reached our bus stop. I know somebody who was a book editor, who became a printer, and who became, a publisher. So there's a value chain in every sector of the economy, or whatever it is that we're doing. And so people move completely from one side to another. Completely. I know somebody who was a graphic artist, who is now a photographer, and then video editor, and what have you. Now that is somewhat understandable, right? How about somebody who studied medicine, being a photographer? Imagine telling your parents, after spending 7 is the number of years for medicine, right? Now, if you had ASU strike and school closure and everything, maybe 9 years, you studied medicine, and you then tell your parents that you want to be a photographer. Your mother will say they are taking you to the mountain. Is that not so? They'll say the enemies have gotten me, want to get me. Is that not so? Good. But these things happen. It's about fulfillment. Many of our parents want to live their dreams through us. But we're best living our own dreams by ourselves, because you just never know. I'm not sure if the person who studied medicine, whether the parents will complain if the person becomes the official photographer to the president of Nigeria or the governor of Lagos State. What do you think? Do you think the parents will complain? After medicine, you must go and choke people injection. And you write with the ugly handwriting. Is there anybody here who can read the handwriting of a doctor? Because you are one, or you're a pharmacist. Your mom is, so you can read your mom's handwriting. You can read your mom's handwriting as your mother. You cannot read her handwriting as a doctor. Eh? You can read your drug, your mom's own. Your mom has a hospital. So, I'm suspecting you. Anyway, we forgive you. Anyway, we're all beneficiaries and at the same time victims of creativity. And we all knowingly or unknowingly have asked the question, who moved my cheese? It's a book by has anybody ever heard of the book Who Moved My Cheese? Do you know the author? Huh? It's not Brian Tracy. It's not Mark Victor Hansen. Uh-uh. Wale tí ò Ṣóyínká ni. Wale tí ò Ṣóyínká ni. All right. Our cheese got moved by people whom we know or whom we do not know, and whom we may have inadvertently become admirers or fans of. They change the fortunes of our fortunes. A part of our life, at some point, has been affected by creativity. If in doubt, as I said earlier, think about Nokia, think about Kodak, think about BlackBerry. And if you don't know any of those, think about the taxi driver whose car was painted in yellow with 2 black stripes, and ask if they are still in business today. How many of us came here with, in quote, public transport, but only yourself was in the car? Uber. In-ride, Abi? In-drive. Bolt. Do you think that Baba Matthew, who used to be at the junction or the roundabout of your house, is happy with those things? Not even in France or in the UK are they happy with Bolt or Taxify or Uber. They protested in the UK. They demonstrated in France against an app. And the person who created that app does not have one car. But every one of us who uses this platform make money for him on a daily basis. He's probably on one island now, chilling with a cigar and pina colada or pinotio colada, and it is dropping. And that's the best way really to become rich and wealthy and influential and impactful. Something, if Mark Zuckerberg, for instance, decides not to work today till the end of the year, he can't be broke, yes or no? Let me bring it closer to home. If Mike Adenuga decides not to work today, all of us will make call, either to Glo or from Glo. When there is regular supply of petrol, you will say, I can never buy in corn oil. But when there's queue everywhere and there's petrol scarcity, you will buy anywhere you see petrol. No be so? So corn oil will sell petrol. And that's the beauty of life. And for those of us who are in the digital space and as creatives, a lot has changed. The barriers no longer exist. Creativity is now at the tip of our fingers. We are multiplying ourselves. We do videos. We do content that people can pay to watch, right? We do content that people can watch for free, and we'll make money from those platforms, whether it is YouTube and what have you. So that is us extending the frontiers of our creativity. That is us extending ourselves. So creativity is synonymous with the word or concept called innovation. And in more recent times, a concept or buzzword called disruption. It is novelty, it is utility, and it is imagination. Novelty because it is the introduction of new ideas or perspectives. Utility because it is creating value or solving problems. It is imagination because it is imagining possibilities beyond the status quo. Sorry, sir. Please, can you help me bring those things beside the yellow bag? And the yellow bag itself. Thank you. In the respective fields that we all play in or that we are associated with, creativity is a critical success factor. There are no more borders. What was once dubbed the exclusive preserve of those in the advertising or artistic industry is now in pole position in every facet of life, every segment of society, and every sector of the economy. Creativity is an orange-colored financial institution, previously known only for deposits and withdrawals, or cash and teller, or loans and overdrafts, being heavily invested in food fair and fashion fair and lifestyle fair. I didn't mention any name. Okay, now you talk. And a social media platform. creating short movies. Emphasis on social. Creativity is a financial institution that proudly flaunts the last letter of the 26 alphabets. Previously known for deposits and withdrawals or cash and teller, now heavily invested in fashion and tech fairs. I didn't mention any name. Creativity is a Pan-African financial institution previously known for deposits and withdrawals, now being known for Adire fairs and arts and crafts. So you see, the previously known traditional institutions have seen the importance of creativity because they have also been victims. And therefore, they have to, as they say, innovate or die. Now, creativity is what we once know or what we once knew as traditional entities or industries, having podcasts or YouTube pages. Who could have imagined that law firms, whether they're established or establish, having establish, they now all now have social media pages. The law firms, the religious, faith-based organizations, whether they are established or Esther. Who could have imagined that the pastor, the members of whom churches were told not to watch TV or listen to radio, now having social media handles? They were told that it's the tool of the devil. But today, the message from that denomination is all around, and it's powered by a mix of social media and regular media. Anyway, social media is no longer social. It is the new media. All media is social. Ignoring it is no longer a discussion. From religion to politics to banking to construction to fashion to entertainment to education to travel to law. And guess what? All of these are a product of creativity, including the social media itself. Creativity has been and remains a key driver of change across industries, fundamentally reshaping how businesses operate and how they interact with consumers and contribute to society. Creativity is the transformation of various sectors. Creativity is in the transformation of various sectors. It's in technology and innovation and finance, which we now refer to as technovation or fintech. Creativity has fueled the creation of apps and gadgets, as well as the products and services that keep evolving to meet consumer needs. The phones and other gadgets that we use are increasingly becoming capable of things that we never imagined. For instance, silent listening. You are thinking about something and thinking about it and thinking about it. And then you pick your phone and whatever it is that you are thinking about appears on your phone. If that is not voodoo or witchcraft, what is it? What is it? That is creativity. They are now in our heads and in our minds. They are programmed. All of you here, as you are now, you have been programmed. What it gets in? We call it analytics, right? Anyway. Excuse me. The phone knows what you are thinking and it can amplify it. Creativity moved us from trade by barter. You remember economics, SS1 or 100 level? Trade by barter. Imagine that we had to do trade by barter now. And I needed a smartphone. What would I give to be able to get a smartphone that is not money? Imagine I have 10 of this microphone or this camera. Or maybe this hall, somebody wanted to rent it and didn't have money. I'll trade this hall for a smartphone. How does it sound? How does it feel? You know, to make sense, Abi? Now, we had trade by barter, and then came cowries, and then came cash, and then came checks, and then came debit cards and credit cards, and then came USSD, and then came apps, and then came fingerprint banking. Is anybody from Oyo State here? The MC said he's proudly from one of the Kinikon states in Nigeria, and then he mentioned Abeokuta, Ogun State. Is Abeokuta a state? No, you mentioned state, then you now prefix state with Abeokuta. You see, that's the problem with people from Ogun State. That's the problem. In fact, okay, sorry, not. Is anybody from Ogun State here? That's the problem with people from Ijebu. Sorry, are you from? Where are you from? Okay, yeah, no, I have a problem. That's the problem with people from Ijebu in particular, not Ogun State. What? What's the problem? Your problem? Yes, you Ijebu people have problem. Thank God you are not Ijebu. You are Egba. You too, you are Egba. Abi, where are the Ijebu people? You are here. Look at them. Very stingy people. You are what? You are mixed. You are mixed race. All right. So think about it. In the tech space, year 2000, there was a computer school that came to Nigeria, and they stole a lot of people from other computer schools. In fact, their radio advert was such that people were crying because they lost opportunities on account of not going to that school. Do you know what I'm talking about? Which school? NIIT. NIIT. It was from they were Indians. Apparently, there's the Indian Institute of Technology in India, and it's one of the best in the world. As a matter of fact, they say getting into that school is as difficult as getting into Harvard in the US. So sometimes those who cannot get into it are the ones that go to Stanford or Harvard. And so they brought something like that to Nigeria, and then they came with all the things that we're talking about today: Java, C++, SQL, and the likes. And I remember when they were going to start a particular course called M-Commerce. They showed us videos of the things that our phones will be capable of doing. This was the year 2000, 24 years ago. They said that phones will be able to take pictures, and we'll be able to send it to other people. They will be able to do banking transactions on our phones. It seemed very impossible. But today, how many of us have current accounts? Raise your hand if you have a current account. What is this? What is this thing? Look at it very well before you talk. Don't be in a hurry to talk. Forget what it looks like. What is this? What is this? Wow. What? Eh? Okay, you're wearing glasses now. What is this? Okay, maybe that one. What is this? Eh? Okay. What is this then? Eh? And then what is this one? Eh? Wow. This is a check. This one go. This is a checkbook holder. It's not a check. There's a difference now. If I put money in my wallet, does my wallet become money? This is a checkbook holder. This is a checkbook. But nobody uses it. I collected this one. I can't remember. The bank does not even exist anymore. Skybank. I never finished using it. Once upon a time, if you're a premium customer of the bank, they will give you this thing. Abi? Don't worry. I just collected this one from one of my friends that works there. Nobody said I'll be a premium customer. This one too, the same thing. But imagine somebody who is into the production of corporate gifts producing this thing today. What is there? Abi? The person is a dinosaur. So once upon a time, there were printing companies that were in the business of producing checkbooks. But today, they're dinosaurs, right? Good. How many of us know this thing? Yeah? Digital camera. Where is it today? You call this a digital camera? Madam, did you really call this digital? No, maybe I should let you know that it has back where you have to put something around. You know what they used to put inside this thing? What do they use it for now? Yeah, no, that thing that rolls, where did they use it now? POS machine. That so what of this? How many of us is, except you're doing ICANN or CI, how many of us have bought this thing? Eh? Well, that's why I said, except you're writing ACC or ICANN, because they will not allow you to bring your phone into the exam hall. But otherwise, if you need to calculate, where do you go to? So the phone has made calendars useless. It has made calculators useless. It has made scanners useless. It has made cameras useless. It has made, in some cases, video recorders useless. I said in some cases. In some cases. Eh? No, but if I have a phone, if 3 people have phones here with the stand, we can do a recording without all these things. Yes or no? Yes. Okay? It's like, don't quarrel with creativity. Oh. Say again? You want to do what? I didn't hear what is it? Okay? You see, those who argued with innovation. All right, go and ask the dinosaur. Eh? You know when they told Nokia that they should become, what was it? No, when they told BlackBerry that they should enable WhatsApp. You see, you're just doing like this. Ilefu. You know what they call Ilefu? Where's BlackBerry today? Okay. And you know BlackBerry looks like you. All right. BlackBerry Bold. And later there was BlackBerry Passport, right? But where are they today? All right. Anyway, that's on the lighter notes. The point is, creativity is changing our everything, including education. Before COVID, Zoom existed. And then COVID came, right? And Zoom boomed. Is that not so? And then Google Meets came. And today, it's a norm rather than an exception to have virtual meetings. There are people who we talk to, who we do business with, that we have never met, that we may never meet. As I am in Ikeja now, the person might be in Ikeja, but all of our transactions, all of our meetings, all of our trainings have been online. As a matter of fact, people do full courses online. Once upon a time, you had to go to school in class. From slate to blackboard, to whiteboard, to green board, now digital boards, right? And then virtual reality these days. So, creativity is work in progress. As I begin to close, entertainment and media, which is referred to as media tech or tech-entertainment, content creation has witnessed a radical change. The media is now so immersive and all around us. It is creatively ubiquitous. Once upon a time, if you went to someone's office and you're waiting at the reception to see them, on the table in front of you back then at the reception, they would put a lot of magazines, right? Or newspapers. These days, all of us will just engage with our phones, right? Sometimes you'll be laughing alone. But now they know that nobody say you decrease. There's something on your phone. There's a skit or something that is making you happy or to laugh. So from black and white TV back in the days that had the doors. Do you remember those TVs? You remember? How old are you? Huh? You remember those TVs that had doors? You first of all open the door before you horn the TV. You know there's a difference between turning on TV and horning TV. Those days we used to horn TV. And then came the colored TVs that were like boxes that didn't have remote control. So if you want to move from channel 10 to channel 5, you have to get up and go there and press it 5 times. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. And then came remote control. They were still like boxes. And then came plasma TVs. And we're very excited. And then LCD. But today, it is smart TV. And it's still not the end. Because sometimes I think, what can come after this? But something is coming. From the moment I got here today, from the moment we all left our houses, somebody, somewhere, is thinking about how to disrupt our respective industries. People are constantly thinking, and thinking people would always have something to say or to do. So never stop thinking. In transportation, as I said earlier, The transformative power of creativity birthed ride-hailing, ride-sharing, and carpooling to reduce the number of vehicles on the road. In the UK, when they try to get people to drop their cars and use public buses, they introduced something called congestion charge. So for instance, the way we have Marina and Victoria Island, the moment your car crosses Third Mainland Bridge and lands at Adeniji, you pay a certain amount. You don't have to pay it in cash, you'll be debited. The moment your car crosses from Eko Bridge into Akpongbo, you pay a certain amount. The idea was to get people to use the BRT buses, the equivalent of it. And so today, we have something called electric vehicles because there's a lot of talk about climate change and sustainability and carbon emissions. Electric vehicles are already in Nigeria. Part of the concerns that people have is that, what if lights no day? How will I charge it? Or if I'm on the road and it stops, you too, why will you not charge your car? There's no light. If you have generator. If you have generator, you don't have petrol, go and steal your neighbor's own. If you cannot steal your neighbor's own, go and buy inverter. If you cannot buy inverter, go and plug your phone, go and plug it in your neighbor's house. Or people start business. We know that people have started businesses where people can charge their phone. Is that not so? Or sometimes you go to your neighbor's house to go and charge your phone. Is that not so? Anyway, the electric cars are the future. So imagine that there's been petrol scarcity now for a few days. If you had an electric car, you won't be bothered about it, would you? Your only concern will be the traffic that is being caused by those who are queuing in petrol stations. All right? So electric motoring may seem far off, but it is closer than you may think. There are electric cars on the road in the city every day. In the UK, France, and some other countries, there were protests against the creativity of ride-hailing. They protested because the rug was pulled from under their feet. In retailing and in consumer shopping, customer experience has been upped by augmented and virtual reality. There's a lot of talk now about UI and UX and product design. They're a factor in regular shopping and in e-commerce. Innovative store designs and digital experiences enhance customer engagement and satisfaction. There's a bread in town now called Boku bread. Is that also? They say the bread is cheap, it is nice, it is value loaf. But when you buy the bread, they know they give you nylon. You buy the nylon separately. You know what they're doing? They're being environmentally friendly, and they're making money for what you'd have gotten free, and they're turning you into a brand ambassador. Because every time that you want to go and buy the bread, you remember to take the nylon. Okay. And lastly, in architecture, in building, and in interior designs, creativity is the basis on which smart homes and smart living rests. Siri turns on the lights and plays music for some people almost every time they get home. 3D paneling and motion sensor are features of modern designs. So is eco-friendliness factored into architecture and buildings. Creative architectural designs addresses aesthetic and functional needs. Creativity has made provision for the needs of persons with special needs in accessing buildings. The entire concept of smart cities and innovative solutions in urban planning, which integrate technology to improve city infrastructure and transportation and quality of life, are results of the exploration of the infiniteness of creativity. And in agriculture, there's something called hydroponics now, and there are different ways of farming. When in secondary school, having a hoe and a cutlass as part of your tools for school was a necessity to do agricultural science in JS1, JS2, JS3, JS4, JS5, and JS6. We all go to an open field. Is that not so? And you have to dig up a ridge, and then you plant corn on it, and you go and be watering it almost every day. And that was agriculture, agri science practical. Ladies and gentlemen, conclusion, even though there is no end to creativity, I must conclude. However, I'm sure that you all have explored within your respective minds in the course of my presentation. You've explored far into a transformative future of how you can creatively shape the future of your industry, or you have been shaped by the I'm sure you have all explored within your respective minds far into a transformative future of how you can creatively shape the future of your industry. Otherwise, the industry will shape you. Between when I started and now, some people are thinking, don't sleep, wake up, collect your money. And as VDM says, don't play. If you play, don't play. If you play, you learn. Creativity is not an artistic or abstract concept. Rather, it is a tangible force. Emphasis on tangible. It's a tangible force that drives progress and the transformation of industry. By being immersed in an environment of creativity and by fostering a culture of creativity, individuals and business organizations can be the drivers and enablers of creativity. It's not a solitary or isolated force. It is a driving mechanism that reshapes industries. I thank you for listening and look forward to learning more from all of us. Thank you.
We can make it better for Mr. Jide Benson. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. And I'm sure that stray bullets touched everybody, whichever way. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you for the expose. Indeed, there's no limit to creativity, right? And so what we need to do as individuals, like he rightly said, is to engage the creative juices that we have, that God has blessed us with, all right? And then we'll be able to move and invent things in our society and, like the convener said, put Nigeria on that global scale that it should be on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, what we are going to do now is to move as quickly as possible because we still have panel discussions, all right? And so I'd like to request that our convener, please, first of all, comes forward, trying to make sure that he's here because he's going to be moderating the session for us. While we're trying to get him to do that, please, if you're on either sides of the hall, please, we want to make sure that we have a compact audience. So please, if you're seated on this side, would appreciate if you moved this way. If you're seated on that side, the gentleman on green cap, if you don't mind, IBK, if you don't mind, please move this way. Would appreciate that. The gentlemen who, and the ladies who are at the back, the photographers, if you don't mind, you can just, please move forward. Please move forward. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, can one of the ushers please help me get the attention of our convener so that we can get to the panel session right away. Ladies and gentlemen, we have really, really creative minds speaking to us this afternoon, and it will do you a whole lot of good to pay attention to them as much as is within your power, all right? I would have said maybe we should do a little bit of exercise and then just jump, because I see like some people are already, but please help us, all right? This is the time where we need your attention the most. Okay. All right, the convener will join us shortly, but at this time I'd like to respectfully announce and request the presence of our panelists, of course, up front here. Yes, our convener. Thank you so much, Boluwachi. All right. So in no particular order, ladies and gentlemen, our first panelists here, no particular order, like I said, is none other than Iroko Adeshola. Please a round of applause for him, if you will. Iroko Adeshola, popularly known as MC IROC, is an acclaimed master of ceremonies and entertainer. is renowned for his charismatic presence and exceptional hosting skills. Beyond his talents as an MC, IROC is also a dynamic speaker with a wealth of experience in captivating and inspiring audiences. His unique ability to blend humor, energy, and insightful storytelling makes his sessions both engaging and impactful. Ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to have IROC share his expertise and experience at iCreate. Can we please, with an iCreate round of applause, welcome MC IROC, my friend, brother, and colleague. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. All right, next up on our panel, we have the privilege of having Adetifa Oluwaseun. Please a round of applause. Adetifa Oluwaseun, popularly known as Mo Photography, is a dynamic entrepreneur and business strategist. He's celebrated for his innovative approach to business growth and development. As the father of the youngest photographer in Africa, he brings a unique perspective to the world of photography and business. With a wealth of experience in various industries, Mo has successfully guided numerous startups and established companies towards achieving their strategic goals. His passion for empowering others and his deep understanding of market trends make him a valuable addition to the iCreate events. With a resounding iCreate round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome Mo Photography to the stage? Thank you for coming. Thank you for honoring our invitation, Mo. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what they say. There would always be a spice in everything that we have on planet Earth. And indeed, women add spice and color to our lives. Yes? Ladies and gentlemen, the only woman on this panel session, this first panel session, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have in our midst Tolulokpe Olorundero. Please a round of applause for Tolulokpe. Tolulokpe, I've not finished the introduction. Tolulokpe is a seasoned public relations and communication expert with a wealth of experience in crafting compelling narratives and managing brand reputations. As a founder and lead consultant of Mushrun Communications, she has successfully guided numerous brands in developing and executing effective PR strategies that resonate with their target audience. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond Tolulokpe's professional achievements, she is a passionate advocate for women in business and leadership, and she actively mentors young professionals and contributes to initiatives that support the growth and development of women entrepreneurs. Once again, can we please put our hands together for Tolulokpe Olorundero? And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker who needs no introduction. He would do us the honor of joining us on this panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Jide Benson. Thank you.
Thank you once again, everyone, for joining us today. Everyone on this stage, these powerful people in their various fields. If you know maybe someone like Mo, you know when you're talking about photography, Mo is a boss. And we all recognize him in the industry very well. And we acknowledge his impact in people like me and some other guys. Mo has really impacted us so much with great knowledge in that industry. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Mo. So his name is actually Adetifa Oluwashio, but you know, we just call Mo, and that is it. And also to my boss, you know, like I always say, my boss, my boss. I know we work together, even though our keynote speaker says, I paid your salary at some point. Yeah, that's actually correct. That's actually correct. And he didn't pay only my salary. I think he paid my salary and Tolu Lokwe. And Tolu Lokwe right here is one of the forces to reckon with in the PR industry in Nigeria and in Africa as of today. And I'm really, really grateful to God that we both came as a product from Mr. Jide Benson, inclusive one of the photographers here. So we've all at one point or the other worked with Mr. Jide Benson. So this is Tolu Lokwe and this is Mr. Jide Benson. So Mr. Jide Benson, thank you once again for joining us on the panel session. Thank you for impacting us. Thank you for dragging us along. That wherever you go, you always drag us. So we are so grateful. And it's also a privilege that we can boldly come out and say we have one point or the other, be your mentee, and then we are doing great in our various industries as well. Thank you so much for that. And this here is MC Irock. You know, whenever I say ladies and gentlemen, I actually learned that from MC Irock. So MC Irock has been a very wonderful friend, you know, right from, I can't even remember. So I think we met in the university, and he has been a wonderful and amazing friend. Thank you so much, MC Irock, for joining us. So we will dive straight into the questions and answer session, because I know that we are all here for that purpose, because we want to communicate to each and every one of us. I'm sure that majority of the people here, or all of us, we are from diverse industries. Not that all of us are from the maybe the music industry. I know that some are from maybe photography, some are from the MC, some are fashion, some are IT. So we're going to dive into various questions that we resonate with individual fields. I would like to start by asking that Mr. Mo, and then we are going to pass the mics around. So I just want you to tell us briefly about yourself and things that we don't know about your industry. So if you can just share some knowledge to us about things that we don't know about you and some of the things we don't know about your field.
Question is a bit tough. I think you said everything about me, actually. But one of the things people don't know about me, really, apart from people who are very close, is I hope you guys can hear me. My voice is not too. Something about the mic, actually. Okay, so I think it's better now. So I think one major thing people don't know about me as a photographer is that for like 3 to 4 years in Lagos, I was taking pictures everywhere without getting paid. Not that people were not offering me money. I don't collect the money. As a matter of fact, let me start from where I started from. When I was going to start photography, I was working in a bank. Of course, photo has been the only thing my family does. My mom is a photographer. My grandpa is a photographer. At least the person I know as my grandpa. So practically everybody in my family are photographers. That's the only thing we do. So when I decided to, at a point I realized paid employment is not it for me. This is not what I want to do. I want to do something I can control and all that. So I decided to pick photography. After doing some other things that failed, so this is not the first thing. But then when I was going to start, I decided to choose my customers. My customers don't choose me. and I know how to pay a very huge price for it. And what I do was, for like, let me say like 2, 3 years, I was taking pictures everywhere in Lagos. Trust me, I remember there was a day I was done doing photo shoot somewhere around Unilag Axis, and I was offered money. I didn't take it. Guess what? I trekked with my camera, my laptop, my stand, everything from that place. From the guy's house to Unilag front was about 30 minutes trek. Then I was going to Mushin. I trekked. It was raining, heavily raining. And I needed to meet up around that. So imagine being offered money that I didn't collect, and I had to trek in the rain to Mushin from Unilag. Guess what? At that point, I keep telling people, I don't need the money. What I needed then was a customer base. So I spent 2, 3 years chasing my customer base. And I kept telling, so then when I go for work and I get back home, no money. Of course, you had to spend almost every money we had to borrow some money to buy my first, startup gadgets. And I get home, my wife is like, where's money? I say, I don't collect money. She was always mad. Like, are you, maybe in her mind, like this guy, like, or no. And we're going through hell. Trust me, we're going through hell. But I wasn't bothered. I knew where I was going to. And trust me, those customers of 15, how old are you now? Sorry, don't mind me. 14, because it was when we had that then, So those customers, don't mind me how to ask that question. I was busy making money for them, so I don't have to know their age. Don't mind me, just kidding. So those customers of 14 years ago had still the same customers I have now, and they keep referring me. They keep using me. The customers I don't collect money from then in quotes, I still the same customer that pay me millions for a day shoot, a day job now. So I think I've said something you don't know about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mo. Okay, so I will also like to pass the mic to MC iRock. So iRock, I just want to ask this question. I would love to hear from you. What was the defining moment in your creative journey that actually shaped your career path? The defining moment.
I think when I got my first 1 million, and that's so true, because money is a driving force, and up until that time, I was just filling up the gaps, making sure that I get relevance in the industry where I operate. Knowing fully well that it's a saturated industry. At every home, every doorstep now, you hear that I'm an MC. As a matter of fact, if you fail in other careers, if you're outspoken, or you work in the media space, you can easily have MC career. And people will pay you, and you will still use it as your part-time. So at some point, I realized that I needed to skill up and scale up. It's very important. If not, because I wasn't doing any other thing other than MCing. So for we MCs in MCing space, and you're not doing anything, and you know the people in other industry can just use MCing as a part-time. So you need to do something different if you want to be relevant in that space. But when that money came, to me, it occurred to me that, okay, for someone to pay you 1 million, I'm talking about, let's say 2010, thereabout. So it was like, wow. So I could get 1 million naira for talking. So it occurred to me that I needed to put in more work. So that's like a major mark for me for the break. Never going back, no excuse for failure. Just need to forge ahead, that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So the madam in the house, Madam Tolulope, there's this question that I always want to ask you, but before we dive straight into questions specifically for communications and PR, I will also want to ask you, this one is still general questions. So I still want to know, creativity is often seen as the part that actually unites innovation. So how do you see creativity driving change in a specific industry?
Good afternoon, everyone. Um, Please be careful about the adjectives that you are using to qualify me. I mean, my boss is seated, and you are saying powerhouse. If me, I'm powerhouse, how will you classify Mr. Jide Benson? Okay, my name is just Tolu Combs. I don't know about that. Can I also say for the records that this flyer is not properly representative of the creative industry in Nigeria? I told you, if I knew I was the only female here, you will not see my face there. Because obviously, there are women doing very important, groundbreaking things across industries. And we must fully recognize them by platforming them, regardless of how anybody smiles, regardless of how anybody expects that we should say this thing that we are saying as they rub their hands together. Wait now, it's not women leader. It's not women leader. It's just important conversation because sometimes we remain in the audience doing very important things that are not spotlighted sufficiently, and we get to listen to people perhaps doing even less than we are doing, but you know, that's by the way. It's just important to put it out there for the records. Don't do this again now. But he's my guy, so I can tell him that. All right? What's the importance of creativity? First of all, I find it difficult to attempt a definition of creativity, right? Creativity to you could be the norm to somebody else. At the end of the day, however way that you develop to make impact in any area that you have identified that you want to make impact in, I think that the approach you use to deliver that impact is what I would describe as creativity. For example, if you sell diapers online, I like to make that very simple reference. If you're whoever you are really, you decide to get items from people who have a physical store and you take it online. Now, if you check online, there are hundreds of people selling the exact same thing, exactly the same thing. And then you get into the same space. And for whatever reason, a combination of your skills, the way you're able to use the platform, whatever strategies you create to make a space for yourself. And you are making money because like my brother said, at the end of the day, you can make impact. If you are hungry, your impact is zero. That impact will frustrate you, you go and sleep. So if you're within a space and you're able to create a niche for yourself, at an individual level, I think that's what creativity is. His own creative strategy was to work for free for a number of years, and now he's reaping the results. For somebody else, it could be that as I come into the industry, I'm just going to start charging premium. And that's your creative strategy to break into an industry. For me, for example, in public relations, I'm not sure if I sat down to say that this is a strategy I want to use to break into the industry that I'm in now. So I didn't discover the industry, I grew into it. I'm one of those perhaps very few people who was very clear that it is me and public relations from birth to death. So it wasn't necessarily a discovery, it was growing into it and finding my way there and creating space for me so that you know that a Tolu is in this industry for the time that I'm going to be operating in. And so in terms of creating a path for myself though, I don't know if it was something intentional, but I quickly realized that the things I thought I knew to break even into the industry, you needed to have agency experience. I categorically did not want to work in an agency when I started my career. I wanted client side because I think I'm very lazy. Agencies seemed like serious work. You'll be managing like 10 clients. I won't you sleep? And I love sleeping. That's why my cheeks are fat. So you manage all these clients, everybody will be abusing you, you'll be managing 7, 8 people. I didn't want that type of stress. I wanted a baby girl lifestyle, but funded by work that I was doing. So I moved to client side. That's all I wanted. I also realized very quickly that I didn't have a godfather, right? there wasn't anybody I was going to call. There wasn't any sister or brother that was going to open the doors for me. And thankfully, I found LinkedIn very early in my life, just as it was coming into the country or continent, as it were. And so I submitted myself for adoption by LinkedIn, right? And used that platform effectively, creatively, writing just like any other person would. And that's how I created my own space. Whatever very little success that we've been able to achieve today, I would first say is, of course, thanks to God, but almost 100% delivered exclusively by my activities on LinkedIn. It wasn't because I knew anybody in the industry, apart, of course, for my boss that was opening doors. But I started as an editor, so I'm not sure the doors to PR that he opened until I realized that there was a profession actually called PR. But it was just LinkedIn and me writing, and that was my own creative path. It may not be the same for anybody else here today. You may have to discover new creative ways to explore and get into industries. And the interesting thing is that in 2024 and going forward, there are now new industries to unlock. It's not just manufacturing. It's not just automobile. It's not just consulting. There are so many new industries, nascent ones, that you can start to explore now. There's renewable energy that a decade ago, not very many of us was thinking about. I'm thinking actively about owning space in renewable energy now. Who else is doing that? I don't know. But you have to follow the trend and seek to create a way to establish your niche there so that whoever is coming meets you there and know that you've taken space.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Tolu. Talking about LinkedIn, me myself, I really don't know anything about LinkedIn at some point until this year. I'm telling you the truth. So I just felt, okay, LinkedIn is just for some specific people. So I've only been on maybe, I'm not even active on any social media. I'm not a social media person. But when I got to the United Kingdom, I realized that I've been shooting myself all the while for not being on LinkedIn. There was a question that was asked at some point, and I was to present evidences of the things I have done. They put my name on Google. It was showing random people. If you can just try it now, you can put your name on Google. You will see what it will show you. It will just show you random people, probably those that have commented on their stories. I don't even know. And someone was asking me, you said you are a male. I said, yes. I said, but I'm just seeing random girls. I was like, me? So then I reached out to a couple of friends and they said, oh, are you on LinkedIn? I said, LinkedIn? What's LinkedIn? I know LinkedIn, but I don't use it. Why are you not using LinkedIn? I said, I don't even know. I don't just use it. So I then went on LinkedIn, made a registration, and I started finding it very interesting. I'm telling you, to be on a global space, if you are not a comedian, you are not an MC, if you are a professional, you have to be on LinkedIn. In fact, while discussing this, I called my brother, Johnson Owoye, and I said, this just happened, that I just put my name now on Google and it shows this. He said, really? He said he used to check it very well. He used to check himself just to be sure that he's on that global space. I said, oh, okay. So that means I have to be on LinkedIn. No problem, we'll be on LinkedIn. Someone like MC Rock is more functioning on Instagram. So if you put MC Rock, I think there's still this, I think Mr. Johnson or Madam Tolu will know how the, is it SEO or what is it called? That you can generate information from some social medias where it's like search engine. I think if you're more relevant on some social medias, probably it will be easier to search for you on Google. But when it comes to LinkedIn, professionals, in fact, if you're looking for a job in the UK, if you're not in LinkedIn, forget it. You just be getting random jobs. So if you're a professional in this house, it's a tip. Just try and be on LinkedIn. Thank you. So Mr. Jide Benson, you know, I don't even know how to describe you again because Tolu have said some things you may not know. And that person have been there earlier before you, already have the ideas, have faced some obstacles, and have been able to surmount it. So you need to find someone in your industry, hold that person as a mentor, which is very important. So Mr. Jide, I will still come back to you, talking about social media. This question was actually meant for Tolu, but I will also ask you and I will ask Tolu as well, because Tolu has been doing some things recently in the communication industry called communication crisis, right? So I have a question for you on that. And that we face more of that on social media. So for social media, you said social media is something you need to do if you want to put yourself out there. So social media can both ignite and extinguish crisis. So what's with your own idea when you mention social media? So how can creatives, how can they fully utilize social media in order that they can not, that it will not be like creating crisis, because there are so
Okay, so thank you. Um, I hope you can hear me this time with the mic. Okay, thanks. Okay, just like you said, it's all about being creative. The idea is to create your own style. Everybody have their style. Kele Chamadi has his own style. Mr. Jide has his own style. Madam has a style, you know. So what I did is to make sure I create my own style. And I had to strive so hard to carve a niche for myself within that style. The more you try to be like someone else, the more difficult it is. I understand my limits. For example, there are so many trends that came up in photography that I didn't jump on. There's retouching and all that. I know I'm not that skilled in. I'm not a patient person to sit down on one picture and spend hours touching and touching and touching. So I had to speak to myself when that thing came up. In fact, like more than 10 people have sat down to teach me that thing. Not like I can't do it. Not like I have a lot of materials on it. But I know I don't have that personality. There are people who are good at sitting on one picture and spend hours. For me, let me edit this one and jump to the next one. I'm done. I'm thinking of money. Trust me, I'll spend 3 years not making money. Now I have to spend the rest of my life thinking of making money. You understand? So I know I don't have that personality. So what I told myself then was, there are so many things a Dangote is making money from. He doesn't even have an idea about. There are so many things a lot of these big men make money from. They don't have an idea about it. Fine, it should be something I should be able to do, but I can get people who can do it and I pay them while I focus my energy on what matters. So the idea about being creative is do what you know you are, number one, comfortable around, what you're comfortable with, and get the right gadget to support, and that's key. People will say, it's not about the gadgets, it's about the person it's not about the camera, it's about the person behind the camera. Trust me, no matter how fast or how crazy you can drive, let you be a Formula 8 driver. When you're driving a Corolla 2005 to Ibadan, and I'm driving, and I'm speaking grace to myself, and I was driving maybe a Benz 2025 model to same Ibadan. Trust me, you might get there before me, and when you get, you feel like, man. But when I'm coming back and I put you in that Benz 2025 back, and you feel the oye, you know what they call oye? AC. You feel the comfort. You know when you're going, you are gallop, you are back. You're coming back, you don't even feel any gallop. Then you understand that it goes beyond just the person behind the camera. You also need the gadget. So in creativity, let me just cap it up as much as you want to sit down and relax and do a lot of things, focus more on your energy. Focus more on what you're comfortable with and what you know you're best at. So it helps you drive your creativity more. Then get the right set of gadgets as well.
Thank you so much for that one. My next question goes to you, IDOC. You know, in event industry or in events generally, some unexpected challenges might just happen. Take for instance, we're supposed to start 11 o'clock, and as at 11, we only have few people here, and those few people have actually been here since 10 o'clock. And you know, when some unexpected happens at an event,
know entirely what that event is all about. Ask questions so that when it calls that this event is not going according to the timeline, you know how to engage. You engage people, you talk, you get them feel worthwhile and know they should be a part of the event. So basically just that.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I think I will ask Madam Tolu this question because this question is actually, I'm looking forward to our second session of this panel, and then we're going to be having the IT people as well. Because in terms of creativity, as it is in the whole world, not just in Nigeria, one tool that actually help creativity or that enhances creativity has been AI. And then we're going to talk more about that on the second session. But I still want to ask you to, like creativity plays major role in order to maintain balance, in the human element and in communication especially. So with the rise of AI, so how do you position yourself and how do you use these tools in order to generate right information? Because there are a lot of fake news out there, and there are a lot of news or information that are not genuine. So how do you position yourself to extract genuineness from information through the use of AI and automated tools?
Okay, I think that artificial intelligence tools, first you can use them to create, but there are also tools that you can use to check if what AI has created is genuine or not. So your ability to use, not just to create, but to fact check is also important. So you want to ensure that you are a bit more conversant with the users of AI tools end to end, not just to create, but to also check. Expand that, excuse me, expand that to business development opportunities within the AI space, because I think at the end of the day, as creatives, we want to continuously explore how we can retain economic value for the gifts that we have and also develop more of those gifts and get value in return. I think that first in Nigeria, I don't believe that it's something that we should be so much worried about, and I'm talking specifically about Nigeria, and that's my personal opinion. We have more fundamental problems than artificial intelligence. Having said that, we operate in a global space, so you can't close your eyes to it. Because we operate in a global space, I believe that there is money to be made in artificial intelligence, and not just in the use of it, but in the care of it. Now, one of my specializations is in crisis communications. I believe in the nearest future that there will be AI-generated crisis, right? That organizations would need to sit down with and battle. So this will likely be different from the types of crises that we are mostly confronted with today, right? I also believe that as AI develops, there are niche specializations within AI that people who are forward-thinking will want to start perhaps developing competence in. For example, since we are not many here, I can tell you, hopefully there are not many PR people here. I plan to specialize in corporate crisis communication within AI specifically. Because you see in Nigeria, we like to jump on trends, especially mostly within the corporate space. And because we jump on trends without fully exploring the limits and the extents of those trends, we find ourselves in problems when we have not even fully understood the system. So there will be problems that will come out because organizations are using AI and discovering the problems in use. Not that they have planned for the problems. It is in use that those problems crop up. And they are not prepared for it. And it's not just IT, right? It's not just so you can be a computer scientist, for example. But the next layer in AI automation use is that perhaps you need to add another specialization, maybe as a communication specialist that knows IT. a communication specialist that understands how technology is used and can be abused. If you combine those two skills together, you become likely one of the most sought after crisis specialists focused on AI in the world. Right now, everybody is focusing on let's use AI, let's adopt AI, let's adapt AI. Nobody is thinking necessarily about the problems that AI can deliver and what supporting infrastructure and services will be required to solve those problems. So as a creative person, for example, firstly, you need to first have confidence in yourself. If you're a photographer, for example, if you are worried about AI taking your job, I'm not sure that you're a competent enough photographer because you are doubting your skill, right? There is no AI without the groundwork of creativity created by a human being, right? So if you are doubting, in the next 2 years, will I say I have a job? Should I start thinking of changing my career? Perhaps you do not even be doing what you are doing here because you are not good enough. If you were good enough, you know that AI can't take your job, right? Having said that, you want to now explore what are the likely challenges of technology development as the world evolves. And how do you want to position yourself in that future today, right? Do you have, if you're a photographer, for example, how are you now training yourself to identify either photos or any creative materials developed by AI? Alcon is creating an interesting problem within the advertising space in Nigeria today. So you cannot use a stock photograph. You cannot use a stock photograph of a human being in any advert material that is going to be exposed in Nigeria. If that stock photograph, if that person in the photograph is not a Nigerian, okay? If the person is not a Nigerian, you will be required to pay 2 million naira extra to Arcon to get approval for exposure, right? If you are going to use a Nigerian photographer, a Nigerian photographer and a model, you will need to provide the address of the studio where the photos were taken. You will need to provide the international passport of the models to Arcon to prove that your models are Nigerian and the location where those photos were taken are in Nigeria. Otherwise, you would pay 2 million naira. Now, is it possible as a photographer to position yourself as a consultant to organizations? Because there are FMCG and consumer-focused companies in Nigeria today who need to do exposure almost daily, right? Without being the one taking the photographs, do you know the amount of money you can make? Just being a liaison person between Alcon and these companies to say, don't worry, if you do the photos this way and this way and this way, we will be able to secure approval from you from Alcon. Advertising agencies are sleeping and waking up on and thinking about how to get these approvals. The companies are saying, if anything happens to my brand and Alcon comes after me, my agency is in soup. There is a gap somewhere. And there's money to be made in every gap. So sometimes you don't necessarily need to focus on only the skills, the direct output of your skills. Final example. I had a friend, we worked together in a real estate firm. She was in charge of procurement. Well, no, she was admin. And just, internal procurement materials she was in charge of. But she loved to make food. When she resigned from that real estate company, she started making breakfast. She says on the island. So she started making breakfast trays and all this posh, nice food that people on that side of the town may be able to afford. But you shouldn't do that on the mainland because there's Iyamori Amala that I don't mind eating morning, afternoon, and night, And there are just other sources of food that you can get early. But she started to do that on the island, and she wasn't really making money. She was frustrated. And I mean, this lady cooks. When she would bring normal breakfast that she would cook at home to the office, the smell alone will get you hungry for the whole day. If you were fasting, you have to break it just by the aroma of her food. And then she started making this commercially, and she failed. Now, her skill is cooking. Do you know what she does now? She sells cooking, what do I call them? Is it implements? All these, you know, when you go for a party, all these things that they keep on the table, the trays where food is put in. I forgot, there's a name for that thing. Yeah, so cooking utensils, thank you. That's like the umbrella name. Just packaging it nicely. All those posh events that you go to, do you realize that some of those caterers, they rent the utensils? Just setting up a nice table with those utensils. That's what this babe does. This is 2024. We both, okay, so she resigned in 2019. Just post-COVID, she was doing this in her house. As a side hustle, she was making over 600,000 naira, providing utensils to caterers. She failed as a cook, and her skill is she can cook. But sometimes you perhaps need to expand your mind beyond the actual skills and look extensively within the industry. It may not be your actual skill that is required, but that skill gives you access into the industry, and you can have critical conversations that will open the doors for you. I think that's enough.
Thank you so much. That's a whole lot. Thank you so much for that. So before I ask the last and the final question, Mo, you mentioned something, and then you said it's not just about someone behind the gadget, that the quality of the gadget is also very important, of which we all know today, majority of these things were not cheap because we don't get them here in Nigeria. So the import duties and everything added together makes the sum to be much. So how do you feel like intending creatives or aspiring talent, how do you think they can position themselves, or how do you think they can go about getting these gadgets? Because like you said, if you're not getting those quality gadgets, you probably will not be able to get the good outputs. So how can they go about this?
Okay, so first off, as a creative, what I advise people is you need, just like we all know, we need business branding. You need to brand your business. There's a stage for everything. I think the PR people will understand that better. There's a stage to brand your business. Then there's a stage where you stop branding your business, where you now need to brand yourself. Trust me, there are times I had to personally identify those stages when I focus my energy on branding my business. It's about more photography, more photography, more photography. Then I got to a stage I realized that now I'm done branding my business. I need to now brand myself. Trust me, when I started back then, today, when I look at myself of then, I don't think I would want the me of then to come and cover my events now. You understand what I'm saying? I will go to an event, I'm not well dressed. I don't buy clothes. I buy gadgets. Like, trust me, it got to a stage, my wife gets scared. Like, any money that touch my hand, there's this song now, any money I see and I have to spend or whatever, any money that enters my hand, I'm in a lawyer, I'm buying gadgets straight. I can buy gadgets, finish, and start trekking. That's how bad I am. So all those periods, I focused my energy on branding my business. I wasn't branding myself. If I look at some old pictures, if you see me in those dresses, I can't even call the me of them to cover my event. Now that's how bad it was. But I needed to do all that. I needed to make the sacrifice. I needed to pay those prices. Then it got to a stage when I realized that now I need to brand myself. Now, to creatives or to young startups, what I tell them is, when you're starting at first, forget about yourself. Don't buy clothes. Not like you, of course, don't dress dirty, but you don't have to be dirty. Just wear something simple or something. But the idea is keep buying the gadgets. Whatever enters your hand, just go and buy gadgets. Because when I go to events then, I've been to events where, like you said, every industry now is oversaturated. Almost every household has photographers. I'm sure in your family you have photographers, everywhere. So it's very competitive. So you go to an event where I will trek in with my ragged clothes, I'm not the wear designer now, even though he's bend and select. But then where I was dirty and not dirty, but not the hype and all that. But there's this confidence in me that, yeah, Tababe is in Yashe, do you understand? So when I get to event, actually these days now, you have a lot, like some of us that struggle to start. Remember when I was starting, it was hell. It wasn't like I had the money, I had to gather money, borrow money and all that. Then you have some kids, rich kids out there that finished school, and they said, Daddy, I want to start photography. Daddy give him 20 million naira check. Mommy, I want to start photography. Mommy give him 20 million naira check. By the time he tells one uncle or auntie somewhere, the guy is having like 70 million to start. Compared to you, that you had to struggle to get 200K to buy camera. So I tell the young folks, I say, see, when you get there, see, forget the camera the guy is carrying. Believe in yourself. So then, I believe so much in myself that yala ya ese, taba debe. You understand? So that's the mindset I take when I'm going to shoot. Now, when you get to event most times, you see these rich kids, they now look at you. You stand beside them, you're looking at you, But by the time I have that confidence of, let me just take you 1 or 2 pictures. I'll just, then I'll show it to the client. By the time they see it, it's now more, they start calling. So I have that confidence. So I kept building myself. Then I got to the stage where I think I built that brand to a stage where, it's now more everywhere. Even though I wasn't making a lot of money, but the name is now everywhere. I wasn't making money like you guys think. That's the funniest part. So when I got to the stage where I now needed to brand myself, I realized that there are some places you can go with a Toyota Corolla and get a job. There are now some places, if you go with that same Toyota Corolla, they won't even look at you twice. Do you understand? So when I got to that stage where I know, okay, I need to scale up. Who knows my Nissan Xterra then? That Nissan Xterra, if I have a house help, that house help cannot use that car. I will change it for that house. I use that car a lot, and all that. Now, it's stage I need to upgrade. Now, not bragging, I can't use the Nigeria user anymore because of the kind of places I enter into. Because when you enter there, they first look at what did you wear? What are you putting on? See, imagine me and IROC go somewhere now. They will first of all attend to this man based on what he wears. Do you understand? If you see me shooting at times, I was shooting an event that was last Thursday. I will also too. I even had to go and buy this walkie-talkie that has earpiece that they will now as like SS. Do you understand? The guy that we shot together, Charles, we put that in our hair. Me and him, no, we're not using it. But at some point I was like, Charles, the guy will be at far end though. We're not hearing ourselves because it was noisy and everything. The guy will now form as if he heard what I said. You now look at me, do like this. But that thing, as small as, how much is it? 2K. Do you understand? Just 2K. But that thing gave me, and the person I was shooting for, I understand the man likes that hype, It was an event, governor was there, and I love all these top dignitaries. He likes that. So when I went in, I knew he was around. I said, Charles, go that front, let the man see you. Turn your side that has that thing, let him see. I bought it out of frustration because the guys that were flying for me were not giving me value. But then I realized that then a guy in my church bought a camera that cost about ×4 of how much I bought my drone. And I told him, I said, if you had told me, I would have told you not to buy this camera. Why? Buy drone. See that camera that guy is carrying? I'm sure a lot of us are not even looking at that guy. If that guy step out of here, you might not even remember his face or the kind of camera he's carrying. But if I fly drone here for 5 minutes, you won't forget my face. Like 3-4 people will collect my number. But then drone cost like 10% of what that camera costs. I said, drone will give you more exposure. So I go to places, even when I know drone is not needed, Baba, I will fly that drone. At times I might not even be recording. I will fly, let them see it. In fact, at times I will fly and make it close to some people that are important. Whether you like or not, you must see that drone. And trust me, the drone, and for creatives that are here, I can guarantee it has its own risk, no doubt. But if you buy a drone today, drone will give you, there are drones of about 600, 700K. A drone will give you jobs in 3 months that your 10 million naira worth of gadgets will never give you in 1 year. Confirm. It has its own risk. Don't say I didn't tell you. A drone of about close to 2 million fell inside water about 2 months ago. That was it for me. So, but you have to be just have to be careful about. But if you're a photographer and you need an advice from me, you want to buy gadgets after you bought your major cameras and all that. Instead of buying camera gadget of 5 million or something, I will tell you, just buy a drone of 1 million. That 1 million naira drone will give you job because it gives you exposure. So when I'm buying gadgets now, I'm not thinking of buying of course now, and I can now buy based on I have the money. On Saturday, I bought camera worth about 4.2. I wasn't even thinking about it. I got to an event, I needed it. Enter market, I bought it. I can do that now. But trust me, this time last year, I won't make that mistake. And when a lot of my colleagues were buying, iFly cameras and all that, what I asked myself is it about me carrying? Customer is not going to, they're not even going to care what camera you carry. When some customers ask me, what camera are we coming with? I'll just laugh. What I tell them is, forget about the camera I'm coming with. Go and check my work if you're comfortable with it. But the idea now is that if you have the fund to spray around, buy the iFly gadget. But if you don't, buy the gadgets that will give you the right exposure. So when you make the money, you can now start. Trust me, as that this time 2-3 years ago, I struggled to buy 200K camera. Where's Charles? Charles knows. They know me. None of us know ourselves. You know me, my D7000 Pro Abi. I struggled to buy 200K, 200,000 naira camera. Not like I can't afford a 1 million naira camera then. But I needed, question is, if I buy the 2 million naira camera, it's still going to practically do the same thing my 200K camera would do within that sphere I was operating then. You understand? Then as I keep moving up, I realize that yes, and I need that levels, start increasing and all that. But the idea is identify what you need to buy. Most likely, get a mentor in the industry that you, as I am. If I still need to buy some guy, I still run to my boss and say, Baba, even though the guy is not doing photography anymore, I will run to him and say, I want to buy this. Say, no, don't buy this, buy it. I could come to you and say, Nick, we share their ideas and all that. So the idea, major parting point for me is identify what you want, why you want it, and what it's going to do for you. Is it for the hype or to make the money? That's the idea.
So much more. Your final words for the aspiring creatives and for people in public relations as well that are listening to us now.
What's the final note? So if you're a service creative, meaning that you don't necessarily need gadgets like photography. If you're a communications person, you have a phone, you have a laptop, you're good to go. I will honestly tell you that don't dedicate a lot of time looking for mentors that you want to talk to one-on-one. Honestly, as a service, so I'm very specific about service entrepreneurs. Not for services that probably require some hardware. If you're a creative, that the bulk of the work that you do is really mental work. Focus on developing competence. If you are working for somebody, regardless of how short that time will be, focus on leaving an impact in that space. My boss is going to run away. I worked with him for only 3 months. I don't know why. Is it me that is following him around now, Seth? I don't know. But I'm not going to leave Jide Benson alone. But I worked with him for 3 months. And for whatever thing he saw in that 3 months period, this is over a decade after. If I call my Oga today, Oga, I have an event tomorrow. I need this person tomorrow. He can't tell me no. Except he starts saying no tomorrow. Yeah, sorry. I mean, I also worked with him and knew him for that 3 months period. Over a decade after, Bolu, I have an event. That event, I need to set it up. I can go to sleep. Guaranteed that these people will come through for me. It's not because money's exchange hand, apart from my boss paying me salary at the time. But for whatever reason, we all brought our best to the table at that time and left a mark so unforgettable that we are willing to go the extra mile for any other person. Today, I tell my staff, even if you are going to spend 2 months with me and you remain in this industry, it is very unlikely that you won't come across me in the future. It's not pride. I also know what have those proposals. It is people that will call people to say, how far this person, your company is on her CV, how far, how is she? I had a former staff who went to interview with somebody else, same industry, and the person she was interviewing with is my mentee. And then that person was asking me, so Tolu, for this person said she worked with you. And I didn't believe that she said these things about you. And then she said I should let her know if she should employ the person. I said, no, I can't tell you if you should employ her. But I will collect you with my staff that worked with her at the same time for me. And you guys can talk so that it will not be like somebody's trying to block somebody else. You will get a honest review about the person. It's so important that you leave a good mark. My personal life, since I realized that that's something that I can do, church, wherever, and I will leave, and you will not remember that a Tolu passed there. I wasted my life. If that happens, you must remember that a Tolu passed. So question for you as you are doing the work, as you are thinking of starting your own business, as a staff, regardless of how unimportant it may look like, your companies see your work as a creative. Because sometimes, imagine if you're a full-time photographer in a company. Business development and sales are talking. They will say, what does photographer want to talk about? I don't know if anybody has experienced that before. As a comms person, that's the reality. If sales is talking, comms, what did you do? Is it not just post on Facebook? If you allow people to denigrate the profession that you have chosen, you are wasting your life away. It is a personal responsibility you must take. That even if I'm just a photographer in this company, you must remember that a photographer passed here. If I'm a comms person, you cannot forget me. And it's not pride. It is by competence that will blind you. You will go home and be thinking that is it not just this English we are speaking. You must remember it.
Thank you so much, Tolu. So I work, final note.
Okay. I'd like to say that it's okay when you are doing business and you are not finding your immediate market. It's okay at some point you find yourself, what I'm doing, what's happening to what I'm doing? I'm not selling, or I'm not being patronized. You understand? Sometimes we find ourselves there. Understand that there is what we call growth. It's like growth time. Something that you have to understand that when the right time comes, the right set of people will find you. And I'll give you a scenario. At some point, I was checking myself that what happened. The likes of Sapphire event, Bisola Trend B, Tessalio, they were not calling me for event. How do I take my event to these people? But it occurred to me that some of these guys are seeing you. They are seeing you, but they have their own carcass. So when people have their carcass, they will not call you yet. It's not like they don't know that you are doing well. Provided you are doing well, they will not call you yet until the appropriate time comes. When the appropriate time comes, you must be seasoned enough to take advantage of that opportunity. If not, you will not even know that a huge opportunity has come and passed you by. What did I do when I wanted to make a difference? Many times we'll complain about everything. You may not have money to even push the kind of advertisement or marketing you desire. But what do? I was just trying to meet people. Meet with people. Don't just be comfortable or satisfied when they collect your content. It's not going to lead to anywhere most of the time. When people collect your content, you give them your card. What are you talking about? Even before they leave that premises, you may see that your card outside there, and you'll be broken. So what I've been doing, and it's working today, it's very elementary, but it's working, take it or you leave it. I know I do well. I will collect your number. In this gathering today, I've collected like 6 people number. Just have my contact, have my WhatsApp. You will see what I do. I'm telling you. So by the time you see, you can't tell me who is this. Instagram is show. Facebook is community. Twitter now, what's the name now? Is news and all of that, you know. You see WhatsApp is you and I. Yeah, you gave me your number. I saw it immediately. I send you a message. Hello, it's me, MCRO. We just met. On the following day, we met at this event yesterday. Be there. You'll be seeing the quality of event I do. once in a while, send the broadcast message. People will get it. Don't make it overwhelming. Once in a while, send the broadcast message. Whether you like it or not, when they are not calling you, does not mean that they are not seeing you. But when they eventually, mistakenly, or by divine, whatsoever I want to call it, they call you, you just go there and what? Eat it. I was telling Bros. J.D. Benson before we got on this panel sit at Bros. I have observed that when you say you are not doing certain price, you lose so many people in your space. People that, trust me, when they have money, they will not call you. They will not call you. See, the truth is that every business starts with family and friends. Yeah, whether I like it or not. But you see those family and friends, when they really have money, they will not call you. They will go to the A-list. But because they don't really have, they will say the budget is small. And I'm sure everyone here must have heard this slogan that will introduce you to, I'll give you platform. We hear it a lot. I'm not sure. I used to hear it, we'll give you platform. It got to a point, please don't give me platform. Pay for this one. Keep the platform. Because if you give me platform and I don't dust it, it's not going to lead to anywhere. Pay for this. Whether you like it or not. When the people that you are brought together to, hear me, to see me work, it will now work by itself. It's a gradual thing. So ensure that you take through this elementary thing. It works, whether you like it or not. Relax. Post. Just post. As we are here, that there's a saying that out of sight is out of mind. There are people in our family that we don't even remember to give jobs to, and we know them. And we'll give that stranger, just because that stranger brings into our business to our face like this, every day. Market emotionally, it works. When you market emotionally, it works. Auntie, I've not come to, if you don't give me job, see, I'm not begging you for this, I'm not, okay, patronize me. It will eventually lead to somewhere. So when I was talking to Bros, how can I make sure that this fee, whether you like it or not, you come and you know. He was telling me that, see, just continue to do what you are doing. The enabling environment, the enabling market that you want will come, which is what I've been doing. Don't stop doing it. When it's the right time for you to cut off, don't be afraid to cut off some people. Cut them off. Cut them off, because when you cut them off, what will happen will be that you will be dealing with the ones that can really afford you. You see, those ones that can afford you, they will multiply gradually. And you will have more of your clientele, list. You will have people that can really, really afford you. And you can still need to make do with those ones that will say, just come and. For instance, now we have our MC here today. Of course, not a pro bono, but it's a pro bono because we are all, we all know ourselves. And he came here, he's also interested in what we are trying to project. Okay, I'll come down, don't worry, don't pay this much, just have me there for pro bono. And we are glad, so you still need to have people. And when you combine all these strategies, trust me, from where you think your business is, you can get to where you are going gradually.
Thank you so much, Mr. J, the final answer. Thank you. The company is paying for it. Trust me, I've got many jobs, big jobs, because of that. Some people will say you are very expensive, but because of what you have said, I will give you the job. It shows that you are more interested in the job than the money, and they are giving me so many big jobs because of that. The last one is, I learned this from Mo. Mo will tell you, this is business, don't get angry. Some clients will just offer you some ridiculous price. You just be like, are you serious right now? Mo will tell you, no, that is what they can offer. So deal with it as business. So when you are dealing with clients, as a creative, when you are dealing with people, don't get angry. Make sure that you are responding to it as business. They have made their offer. So if you can take it, fine. If you cannot take it, don't fight. Just explain why you cannot take it. So take this, and then thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
oh, my budget is 700. Yeah, I can do 700k. But this is what you're getting with 700. But you know what? With that 1 million, you can get times 6 of what you get with 700k. Even though it might not be, but you know, when they hear that statement, that's one, they now start thinking more about what they will get with 1 million, not what their budget for 700k is. So my advice, just focus more on the values they're giving, not the price you're charging them.
Can we please put our hands together? All right. I think that just a couple of minutes. Do we have questions from any of us? Any questions for them? I know that you shared quite a lot from their wealth of experience, and this is the opportunity for us to ask whatever questions you have. Anybody? Anyone? Oh, we are all sorted. We understand everything they said, right? And we didn't come here with questions. Okay. If there are no questions, okay, you have a question. Finally. I think we have 3 mics here. Okay. So please you tell us your name, you tell us what you do, and then you direct your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Magic Quiz, performance illusionist. My question goes to us: if you're starting out something that's never been done before, and in your space, your community, or in your country, like Nigeria, where there is no avenue for you to get a mentor, and obviously the advice is to steal from other people that are big in their own field. But what's the best advice to give someone that is starting out something new and there is no mentor?
Okay. So he's a foremost illusionist. Alright, these are the people here. In modern day language, magician. The make believe people. Who would like to answer that question first?
Okay, yeah, the second illusionist I'm meeting this year, I met the person on the half of the year. And my answer, my advice to you is look for big platforms to offer your services for free. So for instance, Alibaba hosts Alibaba January 1st concert. If you go to him, and this is somebody that I know that has an open door policy, of course he will examine you to ensure that you are not just a fly-by-night person. You don't just want to take advantage of his platform. But I believe that a platform like that, where people will see you do your thing, is something that will open doors for you. Ajebo had his events, I think 2 weeks ago. Kenny Black, the oxymoron of Kenny Black was, and I'm mentioning comedians because I know that those are good platforms. So you have to look for platforms, and we follow these people on their socials, tag them, enter their DM, go to their office or something, or get somebody who knows them to get across to them, because your craft is relatively new today. And for your information, you're not the first illusionist. Professor Pella, he was a magician. It's just a name that has changed. Illusionist is a magician. We see them. Once upon a time, they used to perform on what do you call those things? Community theaters and stages where they put a cutlass, they cut through somebody, but we didn't know that they were deceiving us. But I think in modern days, those things have changed. But so those are platforms that I think they can use. Big comedy platforms, because the people who you would like to see you and who you would also like to engage you attend those kind of events. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Any other person wants to add to what? Okay. All right. I think you were an illusionist at Sabi end of year party last year.
So, not to bore at time, I would advise you read up something, maybe much later. Read up buying your market share business. It's going to help a lot. Just read it up. Check it on Google it up. It brings up a lot of things. But the idea majorly is you being able to get your customers when there are no customers for you, when you're starting afresh. Buying your market share business.
All right, you have a question now. Okay. Thank you. Mama, you want to say something?
possible. Okay, so my question is this. We don't actually offer a physical product service. We do more mental services. As an event planner, you are the one who cars the event, the whole thing. How do you mitigate losses and risk, either your, like call it trademark or patent, or you mentioned something about like first letting the customer know that okay, this is a value I'm giving to you. So say for instance, a client approaches me to say, oh, I have this party, it's this, is that, it's a team event, and you go all out to say, okay, this is how I think the event should go, let's give it this themed name, let's do this, let's look for this sort of venue, let's arrange this, and then say, okay, at the end of it all, you're not discussing price and all that. And the client comes back to say, oh, I'm sorry, I gave it to my cousin's sister's girlfriend's wanting. And meanwhile, you already have done the work. The person just feeds off on what you've done. So how do you mitigate that risk? And how do you prevent not getting the job and not being shot in the leg? How do you do that?
Well, I said all of us are going to pay our dues. When you get robbed of your ideas, that's part of paying your dues. As you become established, you can then start to put checks in place. For those of us who are in the business or in the aspects of creativity where you have to make a presentation, from the moment you start to make your presentation, you have already shared an idea with the client that they can walk away with. And you can't leak into ideas because ideas are flying around. It is whoever picks them that can run with them. Well, some of the things that you can do to mitigate what you have talked about is to reduce some of these things to writing. Ask for a commitment fee, non-refundable commitment fee that can at least protect you, that you can at least take as consolation for some of the things that you've shared. That even though you shared the ideas, you didn't get to implement. Because the implementation actually takes a toll on you. The ideas may be free, and because maybe you're a creative person, they flow ceaselessly. You can begin to ask for commitment fee. Sometimes if you are good and in higher demand, you can ask for a fee out of which you will net out the commitment fee. So for instance, you say, oh, before I have put together something, before I share it with you, give me X, Y, Z. When I eventually get the job, you will deduct what you have paid from out of it. If you want to go completely protected, get a lawyer to help you draft the documents that you can always share to your clients even before you start any form of engagement. Some will buy it, some will completely walk away. And then and trust me, those kind of people who walk away, and even those who don't walk away, we'll talk about it to somebody, and some people will take you serious. But to be honest, every one of us has gotten robbed, and you will get robbed again and again. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Okay.
Let me just add that, so I also I'm a service provider as well, public relations, and typically engagement starts from send us a proposal, right? So when I started, of course, I was very eager to send as many proposals as possible. At the beginning, I questioned my competence because it felt like what I was proposing wasn't being bought. Until I realized it wasn't the quality of ideas, it was in the presentation, the look and feel of the ideas being presented. And so I invested heavily in getting a graphics designer who would package my proposal together, and clients were not paying. But that payment process was first for me to show up my confidence that my proposals were not getting thrown away as I submitted. So at least I got into the room. Right? It was then another question of getting the deal or not. But as I grew and as I continued to provide service, my target client profile became clearer. I knew the type of businesses I wanted to work with from start. But because I didn't know anybody, I was willing to send as many proposals as possible, just even to get familiar with the process of submitting proposals. Let's know what they like, what didn't they like, how didn't they like, how I presented it. Once I got through that process, I then streamlined. Today, my company does not participate in RFPs. If there's a public request for proposals, we don't pitch. We are not part of a pitching process. It's not something we're interested in. First, it's a small team that we have. If I'm putting in the resources to participate in a pitch, I'm taking away money from active clients, right? Most of the time, so say 95% of the time now, if we're sending in a proposal, it's because somebody reached out to us. It takes away, first of all, that Oja Onyigbo feel. Like, oh, we have put it on our website. 100 people saw it, 50 people applied. Let's start weeding it out. No. If you are sending us a request to send you a proposal, you took your time to research us. You saw something that you liked. That's why you are reaching out. And then we will do our due diligence first. Is a project of this scale something that we're able to take on now? Is a timeline. So they say, do send us a proposal, you have 1 week. Am I willing to stress myself, do overnight to send a proposal? You must be willing to walk away from some deals. If you know the type of clients you want to work with, everybody will ask you to send a proposal. Question for you is this the type of money I want? Right? Some people will offer you peanut, but you know that they are going to offer you peanuts, even from the way they are having the conversation with you on the phone. Why are you wasting time? And then you are feeling bad that they stole your ideas. They were looking to steal ideas anyway. That's why they started that process. Right? So you want to check all of those things out. And honestly, as service providers, because at the end of the day, it takes a toll on your mind. Select, so this year, for example, how many clients do I want to work with in total? Right? Sometimes we are greedy. Because the money is there to be made, we just want to make all of them. There's 100 events. Why shouldn't I do 100 events? But the quality of events you are delivering actually diminishes the more you do. So how about you stay with 10? And say this 10 in 2024. If my total, because of course you then have to do mathematics and do your accounting. If my target is to hit 100 million naira in revenue this year, who says you cannot get 10 clients to deliver that 100 million as opposed to 50 clients that you have to stress yourself and do these multiple jobs for? So if you are very targeted, you are selective, people will know you for something. It's a process of time. But as you niche down, people know that if you want this particular thing, this is like the top 3 in the industry, let's just go for them. You will make the money, just like he did, providing services for free. We may not have done our own for free, but we're laser focused. It can only be a B2B company. It can only be a company that is business or high net worth individuals. We would not do certain kinds of things, and we didn't mind walking away from money, even on a project. And as you niche down, people know that, because again, you also build competence. If you continue to do the same thing over and over again, people will know you for it, and they will just call you for the thing that you know how to do best. You will make the money back in the long run, and you will have peace of mind without high blood pressure.
Thank you so much.
Just 10 seconds. Because we work in the same industry, sometimes I get clients tell me that, how much will you charge for an event coming up, let's say 1st of October, and they don't even want to hear from you that what are the details of this event. They will just be very arrogant and they'll be telling, how much? Please tell me how much. I don't have time. Please, yes, be ready to walk away. If that's the only event that will blow me, I don't want to blow. Yes, because you don't want to hear it's Gateway Hotel, and you have charged for the event, and you think it's the Gateway Hotel of Songo, and later you are hearing that there's another Gateway Hotel in Ijebu. You're already in trouble. So and you need to have another thing you are doing, so that you don't put all your life in one meeting, and you think that opportunity from this meeting will blow you. He told me that just before we got here. You just need to have something else. What to put food on your table, so that when you are going to attend that meeting, you can be confident enough to spot it if you are just wasting your time. Or you leave, or you are still there. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Ira. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Please come and put our hands together for our panelists. We'll take a quick photo together, and then we'll go for a quick commercial break, tea break.
And please, let's wait for the second session as well, because for the second session, we have, if you have known me to be a brand specialist, I have my boss in the house, a teacher in the branding industry. And also we have the IT people that will tell you or guide you on how to apply technology into your business or your various industries. We also have people like from the finance industry. If you are young creatives and you've been looking forward to how you can get finance or funding for your project, we have people who will guide you on how to go about that. Thank you.
Yes, please. So please don't hurry away. Is DJ Candace there? Do you wanna show us a bit of what you know how to do?
I see my darling, sorry, come and be my testimony. You get to something I never see. She said she liking my melody. I see my darling, sorry, come and be my testimony. You get to something I never see. She said she liking my melody. Let me tell you that not something. That not say she no longer want me. If you leave me now, felony. If you leave me now, apology. Let me tell you that not something. That not say she no longer want me. If you leave me now, felony. If you leave me now, apology. That's what it's you go. You know I say you know. She buy for me and then she calling my phone. I say, do you like it? She told me I do. And now I do me. She go to go. But you don't know I know. I need you right now. Let me let you go. Baby, you know that I let you go.
1604end.com.
Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, with my Angelina. Oh me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say the thing when you carry 50 kill somebody. You know I feel a vibe, so baby whine about me. Yeah. And I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, on the low, on the low, on the low.
No competition for my lady. Oh no, cause she get everything where I need in a woman and more. My lady, if you see my lady, oh, it's not no more. You go know say people fine. You go know say God design in a LLA. Oh, na LLA. Oh, she na yansho, he like mattress. She na peso, he like actress. I say nobody be contest you. Oh, my baby, oh. She na yansho, she na peso, she na westo, na no be beto. Nobody be contest you. My body, Darego, Ulumi, Malelego. My mommy, and the daddy. Mr. Money, like you never shiny. Show me what you carry. Otodi, Olada, Olumi, Mami Mora, Angelina Jolie. You wanna con, what you told me. Moko eje biti Indomie. If you do the money, no go leave me lonely. Back with Jonesy, make you live the story. My look on mommy, cause you see me story.
Please ensure that your pet pull up in the back even while you're
Let me sorry be kele. I'm making my me share. All the girls calling me baby. See me see baby. Fine boy wake cause I be sing baby. Tell me what you need baby. Mama forget, sit back baby. Me I be complete package. Oh, me I be fight for your love. But I no be beg for your love. I no be beg for your love. I no be beg for your love. Me I be fight for your love. But I no be beg for your love. I no be beg for your love. No, we yeah, baby. one I know. Always go, give me your lowest. Make a day balance and I'll give you, make a day showcase. Always go, give me your lowest. Make a day balance and I'll give you, make a day showcase. Mama said that, okay, if you walk, if you I need some loving for my soul, and I know if you do, I'm on my own. This is the life I chose. You are the one I know. I didn't know vex for me. Say I never call you since, but I hope that you are well. I hope you're my cat. Every day I dey pray for you. Make it Baba come bless you. I never forget you. I gon' forget you. See my shoulder, make you rest upon me. You know I got you. Now me be your friend indeed. The money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. We no go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. What have you done to me? No, no. Believe me, believe me, believe me. It has to be you. I need you. I need you for my family. Believe me, it has to be you. I need you. I need you for my family. It must be you. It must be you. I need you. I need you for my family. It must be you. It must be you. I need you. I need you for my family. Oh baby, oh, been in love with you for days. Done day with you for so long. Show more. I'm crazy, oh, girl, I'm crazy over you. Now waiting man go do to make you know. Waiting you won't believe if you don't believe me. I will not deceive, do not deceive me. And I love the first you give me. If I follow your hand, I'm very easy. Won't believe if you don't believe me.
I need más claro. You a diva, yes I know. It be you who I'm talking to. Give me loving, no. Cause I'm loyal to you. Give me loving, no. Cause I'm loyal. Shawty, 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 shawty.
Make I tell you waiting up for a bullet. Put this big party inside my bullet. I went there with my best friend Kule. Kule they there with his girlfriend Shile. Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just they wonder say which can party everything yakba, everything there. Oh shit, I get many girls with them they come from away. AJ boys then they like to throw away. Almost see go babe. We just having fun. We won't carry on. Crazy girls like make this stallion. But my girlfriend they yeah they turn me on. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. fight me today. Bad belly people, they talk about today. Which kind cruise you won't put me today? Your 8 no be 8 if you 8 your way. You know catch your dick, you they buy Panadol. Okay, got the money long, pull it on. Don't near me, I get OCD. My corner mommy, I be OGB. I dey live my life, no compromising. Don't be fighting. If you don't agree, I go move to the side. Talk to the next person, if they try. Go easy, I'm frozen, if you know me, you go know say my flight is different. I no need ticket. More money is a mile away. More money is a mile away.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow.
More money is a mile away.
And you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the tub. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, I mean I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even warning. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want it.
Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night.
F-I-N-E-S-S-E, if it be the reason why your baba want to jealous me. If you want to take I'm serious, I do top speed. No fit to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I'll be down with somebody that could do like me. Man, I be like Musala coming off the right wing. I got to your defender, you no need to tell me. I'm a horse, finesse. And you know, say me, I must not. Now you can let I go carry go. If me, I get money past you. If you're not careful, finesse. You know, say me, I must not. Now you can let I go carry go. If me, I get money past you. If you're not careful,
finesse. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night.
Kukaye, what I do with my life. If you know like I'm quick Fatima. Kukaye, what I do with my money. If I go broke, I go container. Okay. Thanks for your concern, I can manage it. So no worry about me, worry about your airline. Underrated, but I'm still cashing out. You go shock, you say I get money past your faith. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own. My G, on my day on. If you rubbish my talent, no be you I sing for, no be your apartment. I can dare say you stay with your mommy and daddy. At 35, what's right? Okay, if I know in Grammy, I go still in Grammy. Repete, to my poor vitamin C, my vitamin C, all for me. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Okay, if you get 35 houses, now only one house you go stay at once. And when you die, then go sell all and use the money buy moto. Bash me 1 month. Kokaye, if I step on you, go the next level. Ayo fair, mago. Yellow, oh.
Baby,
carry me, they go, baby, carry over, no, I don't know the every day. I need no one like I need. I don't know the every day. I need no one like I need ya. Oh no, no. Loving you, girl, you get the pom pom share. You can know how I want the pom pom share. Oh, I need no one like I need you. Oh no, no. Oh, shower body down and come my lover. Make a dirty you well with my low, la la la. I say for my bed, listen, baby, come on, good sin, no be passing, good sin, no be passing, good sin, alhamdulillah, baby, listen, good sin, baby, come on, good sin, come on, good sin, come on, good sin, alhamdulillah. Bring out the dirty part of me. She bringing out dirt on my clean bed. Do you see the irony? Shit is so funny. Lady on my right, she feeling all nice, so she gon' die. She fainting when you come online. She misses my eyes, 'cause when I hop in it, I look so nice. So show your body down and come my lover. Plenty money, make a dirty you well with my low, la la la. I say show your body down and come my lover. Please don't be my know that's like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. For you, I might have to consider trips to LA, taking photos. She signed by me, then it's another round.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby.
Man, number one, see they be. You dey, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I dey read. Sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you got it overload. And you know you ball like commando, yeah. Oroma, no go down good. Make a body all day. I define you for days.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will be kickstarting the second session. Not too long from now, but just in case you happen to see an iPhone 12 around you, please do all to bring it to me. I know that we're good people here, and so okay. So please endeavor to. Have you informed the security personnel to downstairs so that? All right. Like I said, I know we're good people here, and so we would not have a need to. I want to assume that maybe someone just assisted us in picking it up so that they can return it back to. Yes, an iPhone 12. So please, in the event that you see it, maybe it's a second session up and running because it's going to be leading the panel discussion for us. Okay. Someone just help me get his attention. Have we benefited a lot from these sessions? The first session, yes? We have, right? And it is very important that in as much as we've heard a whole lot of things, implementation is what is paramount, right? They say that knowledge is power. But applied knowledge is where the real power comes. So beyond just hearing and hearing and hearing, it is about time for you to put into practice every single thing that you have heard today. All right? And like our keynote speaker rightly said, you know, even though it's a free event, all right, we understand that we have gained much more than we bargained for. And if we had paid for this event, I'm sure that it would have been worth every penny that we paid. All right, and like you rightly said, people place a premium on what they pay for. And that is true across all, you know, industry. Okay, we need our convener back inside so that we can Assign me a couple of. Yes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still on the conversation around exploring the transformative power of creativity in shaping the future of industries, and with the goal in mind to put Nigeria on the global space, or in the global space, or to even play bigger in the global space. And I know for a fact that all of us in here, we are doing our bit to ensure that we contribute to the growth and development of the country, and of course to ourselves as individuals. So please ensure that you continue to put in your very best. Learn, adapt, strategize, change if you have to, adopt new strategies if you must, just to ensure that you keep moving. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on into the next part of our session. And I'm particularly excited about this one because the gentlemen that will be speaking with us, they are gentlemen in the real sense of the word. And these are people who are experienced in their field, and they command the presence that they have in their field, and they will be sharing from their wealth of experience with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panelist is none other than Johnson Owoeye. Can we please put our hands together for him? Johnson Owoeye is the co-founder of C-Serve Solutions Limited, a leading provider of innovative technology solutions. With a wealth of experience in the tech industry, Johnson has been instrumental in driving the company's growth and success. Known for his strategic vision and expertise, Johnson has played a pivotal role in developing cutting-edge solutions that meet the needs of diverse clients. His commitment to excellence and passion for technology have positioned C-Serve Solutions Limited as a trusted name in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to have Johnson Owoeye join us at the iCreate to share his insights. And so with an iCreate resounding round of applause, please make welcome the gentleman, Johnson Owoeye. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it always gets better. Our next panelist is none other than Gbemiga Agbadejobi. A round of applause if you would. Agbadejobi, I apologize. Gbemiga is a distinguished credit evaluation specialist with extensive experience in the finance and banking industry. He is known for his meticulous approach and in-depth knowledge. Gbemiga has successfully assessed and managed credit risks for numerous organizations, ensuring financial stability and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the Gbemiga join us at iCreate to share his valuable insights. Please a round of applause for Gbemiga, aka G. Thank you, Gbemiga, for honoring us. All right, our convener, you take it on from me. Finally. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been told that there is a distinguished gentleman who joined us while the event was already on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, our next panelist is none other than Tunji Ekade. Please a round of applause for Tunji Ekade. Tunji is a highly respected creative director and brand strategist with a proven track record in transforming brands through innovative and impactful design. With over a decade of experience in the creative industry, Tunji has worked with top-tier clients, delivering exceptional results that resonate with audiences. His keen eye for detail and passion for creativity makes him an influential figure in the industry. A resounding iCreate round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, MC. Thank you for that introduction. Mr. Johnson Owoeye, Thank you for gracing this occasion. It's highly privileged to have you in our midst today. We do not take it for granted. Thank you for coming. Mr. Johnson, I think myself and Mr. Johnson met while we were playing table tennis. So we used to fight very well about it. Sometimes I would say, with my own backhand, we know. Well, Mr. Johnson over here is actually a professional in table tennis, apart from being a specialist in tech. And also, we have Benga Agbedejobi. So Benga Agbedejobi, I've known him for a while also. He's worked with many organizations in credit department. And we have Caesar, Caesar, I used to say Caesar Babami. Because Caesar is a guru when it comes to graphics, when it comes to designs, either motion or still. You have Caesar there. Caesar has worked with many big organizations here in Nigeria and government parastatals as well. So Caesar, thank you so much for coming. So we will just go straight into the session because we don't really have much time. So firstly, I would just like from you, Caesar, I just want you to tell us briefly about yourself and about your industry. Yeah, thank you so much, Caesar. Benga, do you want to go?
So, yeah, sure. Thank you very much for having me. And so I want to first make this known. Considering what almost all the panelists have been saying, 15, 20, 25 years experience, I'm still a baby in this industry. And secondly, I'm from a more traditional industry. I'm in banking sector. So there's a limit to the creativity in quotes, right? We can talk about ideas, how we can actually try to leverage ideas and try to capture certain other sectors, but it's more traditional. And I'm really privileged. I listened to the first session, and I will not lie, it was breathtaking. Sincerely, you should have charged a fee at least, because what we receive for free is what people pay a lot to get. Yeah, so obviously we all know that banking is quite traditional. We've made some significant strides in fintech and the rest, but largely the creativity aspect is still on hold. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you so much, Benga. And over to you, Johnson.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'll first start by saying that I want to congratulate you for this beautiful event, for putting this together, and for everyone that was involved in putting this together. Please, can we give them a round of applause, please? It has been a very impactful event, and we really thank you for that. Okay, so to introduce myself, my name is Johnson Owe. So I'm the co-founder of CSEV, and CSEV is an IT, a software company that's been around for like 10 years or thereabout now, and it was created so we are a B2B SaaS company. So B2B means business to business, then SaaS is the software as a service. So we are a B2B SaaS business. We offer our software to businesses, and we are actually in the enterprise asset management space. So we offer facility management, fleet management, asset management, procurement, inventory management solutions. So that's what we do. It's offered to medium to large organization, and if you're in that space, most likely you're going to know us. But that's what we do.
Thank you so much, Johnson. Talking about IT, so I'll just quickly ask you a question. And the question will be based on cyber security breaches. It's becoming common these days that we have people talking about it I think recently I heard the news about something happening to GT Bank, and then some people were saying maybe some scammers or something taking over their site. So, and how companies and organizations respond to this can break or elevate them. So, how can we creatively, how can we position to solve these problems that it will not affect organization in such a way that it can destroy their reputation in the industry?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So, security is on its own is actually very huge. But no organization, so the first point is that no organization can be 100% secure. As in, you can be 100% secure. What you can just do is to make sure that you perform your risk assessment, your risk analysis, and know where you are vulnerable and try to protect against those. So there are preventive measures you can put in place. There are corrective measures you can also put in place, and now you also respond to those things, to recover from those incidents. So part of those, there are lots of tools, but we can't really say much about how to respond to you understand individual attacks, right? But in general, there are three measures. First, it has to be preventive. The preventive measures is how do you prevent these things from happening? Even in our own individual lives, we have antivirus on our laptop, we have malware protections. Those are preventive measures. Then there are other preventive measures like encryption. For enterprise, you can have two-factor authenticator, like in our banking app. If you don't enable two-factor authentication, then you are exposed. Because when it comes to security, especially when it comes to preventive security or authentication, there are three aspects to it. It has to be what you have, what you know, and what you are. So what you are is your biometrics, right? So for some, you use your fingerprint, your facial recognition for all those things. Then what you have is like your token. What you know is your password. So it will be, you should have like at least two of those when it comes to security. These are all preventive measures, firewall. I can't go into all of them, but apart from that, you should also have mechanism in place to detect those problems as soon as it's happening. Because if an attack is going on for so long and you don't curb it, then it exposes you more to more financial damage, more reputational damage, more data loss. Data loss is even kind of more critical now than even financial losses. We have NDPR and some other bodies that are in place now to protect the data of organizations or people or individuals. So you need to have things in place to detect those problems. Then after detecting those problems, you have to also be able to recover from it. How do you communicate when there are issues, when you detect those issues? How do you communicate with the people that are affected, the stakeholders involved? Those are really important things you need to do. But let me bring this down to creatives. Your backups are really important. I don't know, we can take for granted backup till you lose something. For example, if you lose your phone or you lose your hard drive, it's not really the cost of the phone or the hard drive that is a problem sometimes. It's what you have in those hard drive and the phone. That's where backups are really important, and encryption. It's not even about them you not having access to those things or losing those data. Sometimes it's about the confidentiality of those information that are on those devices. So it's important for you to put in measures in place like encryption. There is what we call 3-2-1 backup. So it's like a backup which anybody here can adopt. That means you need to have your data in 3 different medium, right? You need to have it in 3 different medium. At least one of it must also be off-site, right? So you can research it 3-2-1. You should have one of your backup in the cloud, one on your hard drive. Then you should also make sure that you don't carry all your data with you at any point in time. That's where the cloud part comes in. So you should have all these things in place to make sure you protect yourself from crisis. So when this crisis happens, the most important thing, like I said, is communication. You need to communicate with both the technical and non-technical stakeholders. The people that you lost their data or lost their money, you need to communicate to them. The bodies that are responsible for protecting these individuals, like NDPR, for example, CBN, and some other, you need to communicate to them too. And you also need to communicate internally to make sure that you stop that attack as soon as possible.
Thank you for that, Johnson. My next question will go to you, Gwenga. You know, before today, I asked you, I said, is it possible for creatives or startups to actually get funding? And then you said yes. And the reason for that is so many times we've had situations where people would say, oh, no problem, you can reach maybe a bank, you can go to, I can't remember, there are different banks. I think there are some set up by government particularly to grant loans to startups and small businesses. But those things are not, I mean, in my own experience, are not actually working. And when you said it's actually possible to get funding, I said, are you sure? You said yes. But you said there's some cases to it, right? So I want to know, what are the, and when I'm asking this question, I'm saying those that are working actually. So what are the viable funding options that are available for creative professionals, you know, and startups today, and how can they access this funding?
Thank you very much. So, creativity is broad, right? And we have the creative spaces large. And so, I can say that a seamstress, a tailor, a fashion designer now, that's a creative.
Yeah.
And I got to know about, during the session, about an illusionist as a creative too. And so it spurred up in my mind that how will I give a loan to an illusionist? Like what will be the parameters in me lending to an illusionist? It's also part of the creative space. So you find out that although we would generalize the creative space, right? But then we'll still have to break them down a bit. Yeah. It's easier for a traditional bank in microfinance to lend to, let's say, someone in photography, someone in fashion design, even in music production. Why? We look at cash flow. We look at, okay, in the last 12 months rather, what's your turnover? These are certain things that will determine how the banks would respond to giving a customer credit in the creative space. We would also look at the fact that, do you have collateral, right? So for an illusionist now, is going to come and say that, okay, I have this idea, right? I believe that in the next 1-2 years, I'll be one of the top illusionists in the country, but I need money to probably build my brand. I need money to probably set up a show and all. But the banks generally, what they want to do is, they want to give out money, but they want to ensure that they get back their money. And so we are the kind of people that will just ensure that, okay, when we are giving you this money, are we certain that we're going to get the money back? So a fashion designer that does, let's say, 50 million, 60 million in turnover in a year, right? I'll be comfortable giving you 3 million, 5 million to augment like working capital for you, because you've already shown capacity that, okay, there is money coming in. You have the ability to repay, right? So traditional banks, traditional means of lending, it's not going to be easy for us to just lend out money on ideas. But it doesn't just end there, right? I would say that for creatives, especially when it's not really, really defined, the first port of call is sourcing money from family, friends, and then crowdfunding is one other thing that works. I know when live in Nigeria stuff, right? These people, I don't want to go there, but they were crowdfunding for their lifestyles and everything. I think if you have an idea and you have a phone, and you probably do, I'm still going to use that illusionist example because I still feel that it's one of really, really abstract art that, I won't call it abstract, but it's very, very dicey, right? So you have this idea and then you show people and people buy into your idea. You can crowdfund, you can set up a GoFundMe and people love the idea and want to see it, even invest in it, right? So that's it. Traditionally, yes, creatives can access it. Creatives access funding a lot. It's just that people need to prepare themselves for it. First, you cannot tell me that you are a creative, a fashion designer, you don't have a business name at least. You've not read business. And you're coming to the bank to lend. You're not showing, in quotes, seriousness, right? it's a business. So register your business, right? Let the inflow be coming into your business. That way, when after like 6 months, a year, approach the bank. Say, okay, I've done so amount in turnover for 12 months, right? My business is expanding. I need money to expand the business. Approach the banks. As long as you don't have bad credit reports, your credit history is clean, right? The banks will give you. And they will give you easily. The requirements are not so much. To be sincere, they are not so much. I believe that it's just the awareness, the financial literacy that we do not have so much of. And then again, a lot of people just believe that, okay, banks don't give me money. No, most times you don't meet the requirements, and the requirements are easy to meet. Just meet the account officers, meet them, ask them for certain things. You'll find out that in the not so long future, you're getting your money, and as long as you can repay, the bank is willing to give. That's it.
Thank you so much, Gbenga. I'll still come back to you on that later on. You know, you mentioned about the alternative banker, which is like co-founded. So all those alternative financing models. So I was still going to ask you a question as regard that which one between the alternative and the traditional models, like which one is actually really key for creative. So Caesar, I would like to ask you this question. You know, this question, possibly I'm one of the people that actually need a response to it. Creative block. You know, so I've been thinking about it, like you know, when you have creative blocks, so as a creative, and then sometimes client is on you and they want to get their jobs, and as at that time nothing is coming to head, and you need to deliver. So how do you go? And I've seen that Caesar is always coming up. I don't know, possibly that sometimes you have creative blocks and we don't know about it. So how do you stay ahead? How do you stay inspired? How do you overcome those challenges of creative blocks as a creative?
So this question is not for designers.
Yeah.
Surprised when I hear designers say, okay, I'm into design and I sell footwear, I do computer typing business. You see, if you're into design, you need to avoid adding any other thing to it. All right, it's something that you have to fully focus in it. And you know, one of the things that always affects creative, where you know, being able to from creative block is we always have this mindset of trying to be like someone. Like we always feel, okay, if Caesar was asked to work on this project, this is what Caesar is going to do, or what Caesar going to do. Not knowing that you already have, you know, we all have this unique thing that we carry. Every one of us have it inside of us. So we don't mostly focus on what we have. We focus on what other people, you know, carry. So we need to first of all get to that part of, okay, I have what it takes to do well in this business. Yeah. Then load yourself up with things that you know is trending in the business, in the creative business. Yes. Read books, do research, spend time looking at designs that are successful to you and the ones that are not successful to you. Check what is working on the design and what is not, you know, working on the design. The more you do that, the more you find yourself, you know, achieving design project easy. All right, and that's one of the ways you can be free from creative block.
Oh, okay. So saying that, before I go, Caesar, saying that, you were talking about aspiring talent and then clients as well in your conversation. So I want to ask you, you know, sometimes to manage client expectation, with your creativity sometimes it's a big issue. So how do you go about that, most especially for younger talent? How do you balance your vision for creatives with client expectation? I've seen someone reach out to me some times ago, and the person said, Nick, I want a logo. And I said, okay, you want a logo, I'm going to send you a draft, and then from the draft, we're going to respond to that. Then that will give me an idea of what you want. The guy said, no, there's no need for that. Just help me get a globe, something like globe, then put something like angel. And this person is into finance organization. So I was like, you're into financing and you are saying something about globe, putting an angel. He said, yes, because it's a global thing. I said, okay, so what about the angel? He said, so that they will know that it's unique and it's genuine. I said, I really don't understand. Then he said, and then you have to make sure that it has some elements of maybe stock exchange. It's really confusing. And I tried to balance it, to come up with something. It was really, really difficult for me. You know what I did? I just said, you know what? Your charge is very, very small. Just give me 200,000, I'll come up with something. And the person never called me again. So how do you work with that?
Designers always make this mistake of working on design projects, not asking the right question. All right? There's always a reason why you're called to achieve design projects. And we always make this mistake of thinking, okay, I've seen this design somewhere, then I should just go copy the design and, apply everything I saw on that design and put it on this project or this client and send. No, that's not how design works. There's a reason why the client wants the design. That reason is what mostly, in fact, that is what shaped the composition of the design. And in a case where client is saying, okay, I want you to put a glow, I want you to do this, I want you to do that. You see, we are also like educators, like instructors, all right? We are supposed to always educate our clients. I educate my clients. I always make them understand why some things are not going to work and why they need to, make the design, go this way or that way. So we should always learn the habit of educating our clients, all right? Like, for example, I'm going to use the logo, the logo stuff that you shared here now. If a client should tell me that I should make the logo have this glow effect and everything, I'll tell the client, where are the places where you plan to use this logo? You hear the client say, okay, I'm planning to put it on letterhead, I'm planning to put it on this and put it on that. Then I go and look for companies who are into what the client is into. And I'll show the client and say, okay, look at what this person, look at this brand. What can you say about this brand? Most times they say, these ones, they have money now. I'll tell them, okay, the reason why you think they have money is because of the look of their logo. So if you move close to them, in fact, it's the same thing with me. There are some clients that contact me that before I give them my bill, they already say, no, you will know you're expensive. And the reason why they think I'm expensive is because of the way I present myself. So the way you present, one of the ways that as organization, we present ourselves is, number one, our logo. If your logo is not looking presentable, even if your company is making the big money in the world, you still have these cheap people coming close to you because of the way you present yourself. But if you present yourself like a professional, you hardly see people who will call you and say, okay, we can't afford you. So I always make them know the way you present, one of the ways you present yourself to your target audience is through your logo, your design, and like that. So it's always good as designers to educate our clients and make them know why whatever they ask us to do is going to work or not.
Thank you so much, Caesar. Thank you for that. I've taken the notes on that as well. So I would like to ask Johnson, in your experience, so what are some common challenges that are faced by IT professionals when they are trying to implement creative solutions? Because most of the times, IT professionals might want to come up with some solutions and some designs creatively, and then at the long run, they got stuck. I was working with someone on a project. He's actually a Scrum Master. So I'm one of the team members, and then we're doing something together. And on the sprint, we noticed that we make mistakes from beginning. So we started looking for a way to correct that. And the more we try, the more we realize that the outcome is becoming different from the discussion we have at the initial stage with the stakeholders. And then the stakeholders already have the idea of what they want the user, the end user, which is the market, to get from that project. So, and then this was, I think, is a combination of many Scrum Masters that come up with all those kind of designs. And that design was, I don't know how they got that idea wrong, and it was different from what they initially had with the stakeholders. And so how do you, I started thinking probably is because maybe creative block or something, I don't know. So how do you come up with solutions like that when you find yourself in a situation where your creativity in finding a solution to a particular project is becoming different from the initial plan?
Okay, I think this question should be directed to a designer, not to an IT person, but I'll try to answer this based on my own experience. So one of the first, so the most important thing when it comes to creativity for me as a person is, what is the problem you are trying to solve? Everything should be around the problem, right? So what is creativity? Creativity is generating new ideas or original ideas to solve a real life problem. That is what creativity is. And even technology, everything you are seeing around you, like technology that we're talking about today, technology is useless without it solving a problem. It's all about solving a problem. And the problem you are trying to solve will help you to know the scope of what you are trying to do, right? So you can come up with a scope based on the problem. But apart from that, I also need to say this. Creativity is always about questioning the norm, right? Questioning the status quo. It's about always asking this question, what if, right? That what if question is really important. So what if this thing could be better? What if this thing could be faster? What if this thing could save us, could be cheaper? What if it can be more beautiful? You know, that's the question that creativity tend to answer. So there must be a problem that you are trying to solve, and based on that problem, you can come up with a scope. I remember the first creative work we ever did in the company. With respect to design, of course, our product is already creativity in the first place. So we have a website and a product that was designed by developers. Sorry about that. Developers are not designers. They are totally different. Their job is to design. But we have a product and a website that was developed by a developer. Now we have to hire a designer, right? A front-end designer to redesign our products and the website. So the first thing he did was to ask us, what are we trying to achieve here? Are we trying to look like a multinational company? So he asked a series of questions, right? And at the end of the day, then before he even started doing any of the design, he had to do a lot of research about our clients. Because we're not just talking about the product, we're also talking about the website. So he had to do a lot of research about the companies that we serve, did a lot of research about the end users, like the people that will be using the application. Who are they? What is their knowledge level? What are they used to at the moment? He did a lot of research. And before he now came up with a draft, right, for us that we have to approve. This person is not even an external person, someone that we recruited to change the face of our whole product. Because, like you already said, your logo and the appearance of your website and the appearance of your product says a lot about you. Then we're trying to move from where we were to the next level, where we can charge more for our products, and people can also see us as a leader in that particular industry. So we have to make that particular change. And we're lucky enough that we brought someone that is experienced enough to be able to ask the right questions, right? And be able to come up with a scope, right? And also with a design that worked for us at the end of the day. So that was how we're able to solve that problem at the end of the day. So what I'm just trying to say is that creativity doesn't just, it's about solving problem. Like every everything we are doing is about solving problem. If you take that out, then you are not doing anything. You are not delivering anything. So if you understand the problem so well, and you are clear with respect to the scope of the problem, you'll be able to come up with a solution that will fit, that will meet the demand of that problem.
So talking about that, how can creatives, how can they leverage on technology to scale up their businesses?
So I know that most of the creatives are already using technology, one way or the other. Technology is not, you have cameras, your phones and everything, they are all technology. So we're already using technology in one form or another at the moment. Social media is a technology, right? Everything you are currently using now is related to technology. I'm not sure we still have people that design things on paper and turn it. You have to use technology, right? So what I would just advise is technology is revolving, and it's revolving really fast. There are lots of things that are coming out now that if you don't take advantage of it, you'll become stale. You become a dinosaur in no time. One of this is AI, right? So, and I have to state this, AI is not meant to replace the jobs of creativity, right? AI is meant to just, is an enabler, is something that can just help you to be more efficient and effective in what you are trying to do. Then another thing you also need to know is that if you put AI in the hands of a skilled, like in the hands of my boss here, compared to another person who is a newbie, just like maybe 3 months experience in design, for example, the work is going to produce with AI is going to be totally, as in it will be far better than that other person. I remember my wife when we were trying to do music mastering and mixing. So I'm not a professional in music production, but I just thought AI can help you to mix, master, and I did some things. But by the time I compare it with the work that was done by professionals, it's totally different. The thing is, what is even AI? AI at first is like we putting the knowledge of men, right, of human in AI, training and like a machine to be able to make decisions that a normal man would make. That's what AI is. So AI is also limited based on what the creativities of men, right? If you are not able to give AI the right commands, the right information, it won't be able to give you the right solution in the first place. And you have to be experienced enough to be able to do that at first. And the more human creativity keeps growing, the better AI becomes, right? So AI will not just eradicate a line of e.g. design, because just see the design that AIs are producing now compared to when you ask him to do a design for you. It's still night and day. It's far apart. So AI is meant to just augment and not to replace. So there should be a collaboration. For example, if I have a task that is repetitive, like some design tasks that e.g. removing a background or something, some editing template, I can use AI to be able to do those stuff. But when it comes to the actual creativity of solving problem, then AI cannot solve that. You can just use AI to increase productivity. So that is one thing we need to understand. AI will replace some jobs, but not all jobs. When it comes to creativity, creative industry, it will be difficult for AI to replace those jobs as it is today.
Thank you so much, Johnson. Thank you for that. So my next question will go to you, Benga. So I want to ask you, Benga, what are the critical elements that creatives should include in their business plan or pitches to attract investors or lenders? And how can creatives effectively communicate the value and potential return on their investments? Because you mentioned ROI the other time, that if you want to give someone a loan, you need to consider what the person is getting back, which is the ROI. So how can they effectively communicate their returns on investment of the project to financial institutions?
Thank you very much. First off, can you all hear me? Yes. Okay, so first off, I believe that, as a creative, you don't necessarily need to do everything. this does not necessarily mean that you necessarily need want to do your business pitch. You can get someone to do it for you. Because the truth is this, when you're trying to market or pitch your idea, right, you need to do it, you have more or less just one chance. And it's what you tell people about your idea, that's what they're going to take. And investors they don't like their time being wasted, right? So you have just one opportunity to pitch an idea to this investor and expect the investor to give you money, either for most times equity, the percentage of your business, right? So, one, your business should be scalable, your business should be financially viable. Your business should show potential that it's going to make profits. You cannot, so how would you do that? There's either someone has done that business before, right? That in the industry, you know that, okay, this industry exists, but you are putting one or two creative means that makes your own idea quite different from that other idea. But if you are going into something that is brand new, in quotes, at least do a test run. Let the investor know that, okay, you've done something previously, right? Okay, although it was on very small scale, this was the reception, right? This is how people perceived it. And what I'm just trying to say is this. When you're pitching an idea as a creative, you might have all the creative juices in the whole world. You might be very talented, no doubt. But you might not necessarily be a very good business leader. You might not necessarily be a very good spokesperson talking about your own idea. It's very possible. So that's where you need to either have a mentor in the business planning phase of your business. Let them put you through and say, okay, tell someone that you know that is very good, very versed in this, in pitching, and say, okay, this is the idea. Although please note, your idea can be stolen. So you know who you are telling your ideas to, especially when they are very, very valuable, right? So you have to be very careful. Don't just tell your ideas to everyone. Don't just put it out there, because people can steal your ideas. It's possible, it's been done before. So when you're telling someone your idea, right, you probably get a lawyer involved, because I believe that when you say you want to pitch your idea, you're not talking about probably just 100,000. You need 100,000 or 200. I'm talking about you probably need to set up a business, right? And you need probably capital of like 20, 30, 40, 50 million. You're talking about budget. Because if you're looking at, you need to start up a business and you probably need capital of about 1 million to 5 million. In all sincerity, you don't pitch anything. Try to crowdfund, talk to your uncle, talk to your auntie, get the money from people around you. If the finance that you need is little. But when you're talking about a lot of money, right? Then you need to actually talk to angel investors, right? And you need to pitch an idea to them. Then you need to get someone that is versed, someone that can actually write the old draft. What is the cash flow projection in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years? What are the challenges that you probably would face, and the mitigants that you have in place to actually deal with those risks that are going to be there. So I'm going to, like I said, more often than not, you don't necessarily have to do everything. Get someone that knows that part of what you do not know, especially in the business and the finance space. Get a lawyer, draft it out, and then you're good to go.
Thank you so much, Benga. Caesar, I want to ask you a question, and then after that question, you just give us your final note as we're rounding up. So the question is, how do you see the integration of new technologies, like AI and AR? So how do you see them influencing the future of visual and graphic design? How do you see people positioning themselves in order to make good use of these and to still retain that creativity of individuals? Because oftentimes you could rely so much on automated, generated AI, and then you forget yourself, and then you get carried away, and then you start losing creativity in the process. So how can someone balance this process?
So I'm going to start from what my brother here said about someone who's not really in the field, who is new. The person may find it difficult to use AI, and it's true because I received a call from a company in China that was 2 weeks ago, and they asked me to help them do a review on their website. And this website can do what a normal design application would do. There's this. I know so many of us here have heard of mockups, where you go to a website, you download mockups, and you just embed your design to the mockup. And what this website can do is, instead of you downloading the application, what you just need to do is go to the website, put your design on the already made this 3D design, render it, and this website is going to make your mock-up look so real that by the time you send it to your client, they think they've already manufactured the product. So my point here is, designers, don't be afraid that AI is going to take your space. No, AI can never take the space of designers. In fact, what I believe AI is going to do is to support us, is to help us. But I'm going to say this again, that please do not get to relax with AI. Why? Because what I notice since AI started is always giving repeated results. It's always giving repeated results, and if you are used to it, a time will come that it's going to cause serious problem. I think I heard one of the speaker mention it. It's going to cause serious problem. How? But if you do a job for a client and you use AI to generate the idea, it's possible somebody else will do the same thing, and if your client pay you to do a design for him or her, and found out that the same design he or she they paid you to do, they found out that somebody else used the same design, it's going to put you in serious trouble. So I'm going to say this, that please do research on how AI can add to your business, but do not get fully into it, like make your work easier. I don't know if that is clear.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
What was your final note for designers?
So my final note is, this is not only for designers. I like to talk to
for creatives.
Yeah, creative. So my final note is, please, for you to stand out as a creative person, do your best not to be about yourself. All right. When I say be about yourself, what I'm saying is, don't think about your problem. All right. Think of other people's problem and how you can help them solve their problem. I remember when I started graphic design, I was always finding it difficult to achieve designs. And ever since I started helping designers, I found out that achieving design started, looking so soft to me. Why? Because I get questions, and I get questions that always maybe go do research to understand why and the meaning of what they asked me. And this has really helped me to grow. And the other thing I want to say is, for you to get to where you want to see yourself, you need to first just draw it, and always focus on it, and you'll surely get there one day. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Caesar. Thank you. Binga, your final notes, please.
Okay, so on a final note, I would say that first, as creatives, we shouldn't let finance be one of the things that we look out for and say that, oh, I don't have the money, so I cannot start off. Now, you shouldn't. The little that you have, you probably would be able to start off with. Look at the people that you look up to as role models in your field, and if you go back to where they started, you see that they started with the barest of resources. In fact, you have more opportunities now than they had then, but they started. So the idea is start. Once you start, you've already shown enough seriousness that people would even want to give you certain finance Then in your branding, also consider the financial aspect of your branding. You cannot tell me that you're in business for 2 years. And a lot of people actually are in this category. You're in business for years. You don't have a business name, you're not registered. You're just, as long as the money is coming in, you're fine. Until when you need something that will require you to, okay, what's your business name? But you've been in business for so amount of time and everything. So, but yeah, and then again, there is finance. There is finance if you channel your mind to it. I would say this, when I was in uni, I think in my final year, I had a colleague of mine, a classmate. He is an artist. And what he did was that he used to go for what do you call it, competitions, right, as an artist. And in final year, he won a competition that took him to, I think, Senegal, and that was how everything changed for him. He didn't have the money, but yes, he kept on looking for opportunities. And when the opportunity came, grants started coming, money started coming. So the whole idea is start. Once you're good in it, you will find opportunities where people will even come and meet you and say, I like this idea, I want to invest in it. Or better still, when you started making money, you go to approach the bank and the bank will be like, oh, you've done this in so amount of time, in this short period of time you've done this. So we can actually project that in the next 12 months, thereabouts, you can also do this. And they'll give you the money. So money shouldn't be a factor. You shouldn't say, oh, I want to get the best camera at the startup. Why? How? Start with what you have. As you progress, you will start getting funding little by little. Don't believe that when people say, oh, borrowing money is wrong. No, credit isn't a bad thing as long as you know what you're using it to do. You're channeling it for something productive, and you're good.
Thank you so much, Benga. And your final note, Johnson.
Okay, so I will start from what he said. You can start with your phone. We have people that started with their smartphone, right? And they were able to scale up from there, and they did wonderful things with their iPhone, with their Android phone. Then, apart from that, I have an advice for entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs, either IT entrepreneurs, creative entrepreneurs. It's all about solving problems. It's not about the gadgets, it's not about the technology, it's not about all the fancy things you are seeing around. People have problems and they need solutions to those problems. In fact, most of the problems that we have in Nigeria now are opportunities for people to make money. For example, I can start a simple example. The fact that FX is really expensive now, as in the devaluation of Naira and all these things. Things that we buy from outside the country are now becoming very expensive, almost unaffordable, right? That opens up a whole lot of opportunity for people to start patronizing made in Nigeria things. But again, how many made in Nigeria things do we really have? Few of them. Some of the servers we use on AWS, the cost is so much now that we're now considering local server providers. They are not there yet, but the fact that they've positioned themselves for this kind of period, we have no choice but to move to them. Right? So people are looking for cheaper alternatives. They are looking for faster alternatives. They are looking for ways to solve their problem, and it's important. I will cite an example of Andela. I don't know how many of you know Andela here. Yeah, Andela was a company that can I use the word preyed or took advantage of the lack of opportunity in Africa, right? So Andela is actually built on a premise, the premise that talent is evenly distributed, that people have talent and God distributed talent equally, which we all agree. But what is scarce or what is not available to them is the opportunity, right? So what they did was, okay, Africa is not that well developed, which is a negative thing for us in Africa. But there are opportunities somewhere that they have shortage of talent to take care of. They come in, they train African talents and set them to, and give them opportunities in global companies. And they are now I think $1.5 billion company, right? So if you look at it, where you are seeing problem, some other people are seeing opportunities. Everything you are seeing today are
someone, as in it's created out of someone trying to solve problem, and that is creativity. Creativity is not about a fine design. It's not about one. It's about solving problem. What problem are you solving? And that's the question you should ask yourself. And when you are going around, I see our product was started from a simple problem. My wife came in one day from where he was working, and she just said she's just tired of this, blah, 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 that every time they keep making mistake. And the mistake is about leaving one big man. So they are a rental company, right? So they keep forgetting to, as in they always forget to pick one big man from the airport, right? They have a board where they list all the people that they need to pick within a week. So they kept forgetting at least one CEO somewhere at the airport. So what happened was that when she mentioned that to me, I think of how to solve problems. And I just told her, we can solve this problem. We can just give you a simple system that can always alert you. You can use it to document all this thing, and it's going to send you alerts. That was how our fleet management solution started. Now it's being used by banks, top banks. It's being used by haulage businesses with 500 trucks, 1,500 trucks. I'm just saying this is how problems can be solved, right? So if you can provide solution to problem, you are going to make money. As in, it's just as simple as that. All around you, there are problems. Everybody here has one problem or the other they wish to solve. Uber was solved because, in fact, Kuda, you can look at Kuda OPay, right? Was because we hate going to the bank, the traditional bank. I don't like going to the traditional bank. Kuda and no OPay accept us, stopped us from going to the bank. But later, the other banks, the traditional banks are now catching up. So it's all about solving problem. If you have that at the back of your mind, then the creativity is going to flow. It's all about the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Johnson.
I believe they deserve a better round of applause. Please applaud them. Okay. As is custom after every panel session, I believe that a few of us may have a couple of questions. Yes. Second time in a row. There was a gentleman that wanted to ask a question earlier. The videographer, I believe. Please, if he's around, just beckon on him. So, sir, you tell us your name, what you do, and then you ask your question.
Spend hours just to do the, and you are coming back, and the annoying thing is that it's not as if they are paying that big amount. They are just like trying to help. And so how do you do this?
Okay, so I always advise all designers to do this. Or don't work on any design project without sending a questionnaire to your clients. Why? Because the questionnaire is the logo, right? The questionnaire is the project. The questionnaire is what gives you the opportunity to know their belief. Because everybody have their own belief and logo. Everybody have their style or logo. I like Apple logo. It's possible if you send Apple logo to another client that you like this type of logo, you hear them say, no, I don't like this. So it's always best to send design questionnaires to them. Now, there are times when you send it to them, they tell you, no, I don't have time to fill this questionnaire. So your job is to help them. And if they say, okay, no, that I still don't have that time, you tell them, see, my job is to make you happy. And my job is to make the job flexible for you and if you don't help me, there's no way I can help you. So you ask them questions, I wish I can share everything in the questionnaire, but the most important part that you must not joke with is, do you have brands that you like the look of their logo? Like you like their style of logo. Then you hear them say, okay, I like Coca-Cola, I like Shell logo. So use that style, that logos that they mentioned, those brands that they mentioned their logo, use their style of logo to create the logo for them. Yeah.
Brilliant. That's really, really profound. I'm sure you understood what he said. I always thought it was just MCs that had questionnaires. I never thought that graphics could also involve that. So that's an expose for me as well. Matter of fact, anything at all that you're doing in the creative space, you can actually develop a questionnaire to better understand your client's need. And this will cut across every sector. All right? You have another question? Most of our panelists here, I mean, some of them did not meet you the first time. So yes, do your introductions again.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shewa Raja. I'm an event planner and a wedding party designer. So my question is for you, Mr. Tunji. Actually, I had three, but you answered one. Right? So the second one is for someone in my service industry. You know, it's what I see, right? What I see is what I want to buy. For clients will say, oh, I saw what you did at so. And with interior designers now, they have, I don't know if it's an app or if it's a design tech or something that they use these days to create what they think that room will look like, right? So if you give me an empty space now and you say, oh, I want a board room, I want this. So the interior designer goes to wherever, does like a mock-up of some sort and presents it to the clients, and then you start tweaking, and then eventually they get design. So my question is there something like that I can use as a venue party designer? Is there an app, or do I have to go for a training, or is there a design tech I might not know about or that I can use, right? And if there is, do I have to, I don't join something, and if there is this something I can do DIY, or I have to, maybe learn the art, go for some sort of training or something? Then, two, the third question is. Okay.
So, my answer to your question is like what I always say to my senior brothers into the fashion design. I believe every brand should have a designer. Why? Because I remember the person that sat with this mentioned something about him not doing everything. So for you, I feel one of the things that will help making your work more easier in that area of like designing the venue is for you to have someone who is good at making photo manipulation, where the person can just use images to design what the environment is going to look like. In fact, for we designers too, we do this too. Alright? If we send, for example, a logo to a client, what always make them find it easy to quickly approve the logo is when they see it on the mock. If you send a logo to a client in a PDF form without any mock-up, it makes them feel, I don't like it. But when they see, in fact, I've designed a logo for a client before that. When I send options to the client, instead of the logo, the client to reply me with the designer, she replies the mock-up. She sends the mock-up, I like this particular logo. So I think in fact, if you do that, you find your work more fun and easy, because they already see what the results are going to look like before they contract. So they ask me if there's an app. So for me, I feel if you can, there's an app you can use Photoshop to do that. But my advice is get someone to do it, because application is
So I will just add to what Caesar just said. There are many apps that you can use, like you can use AR, which is augmented reality. So you can use that to create an environment, like the designs that you have done and show that to the client. But most of the time, if you are in event space and you're a decorator or a designer, there's no way you can be so efficient in using those apps or those softwares. And that's why one thing personally, things that I know that are professionals that do it, I don't do it. I give it to professionals because I always want the best. People relate with you how you project yourself. So So if you are inviting me for an event, for instance, from your invite, it will determine if I will come to your event or not. A lot of people will just go to Canva and they just put something together and they'll send it to me. I will never come for that event. There are some graphic artists that you can engage with little amount of money that will do it for you. Same thing goes to what you're saying. So there are professionals in that industry. See, the time you package those things together using professionals, any organization you send them to, they will see you as a serious person. But if you're looking for you doing it yourself, you will definitely do it. Trust me. There are apps that will help you to do some things like that. You can Google it, you will see. But you cannot do it like who does it every day. It's not possible. The same thing when people are saying about photography, that you can take pictures. Of course, you can use your phone to take pictures. There are so many higher capacity phones now, cameras that you can use to take pictures. But trust me, you cannot take it like a photographer, because photographers know the angles to take your picture. You are just taking pictures based on what you're seeing. The end goal of that pictures might not be more than you may probably not be able to use it after that time, possibly just that moment. But if you are giving it to a professional, they will do justice to your pictures. So find a professional, give what you feel will help your business to them. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so to my third question about your academy, do you have to necessarily have it to have background in design skill? Do you have to have done graphic design before or be a designer before you gain admission or get entry to your academy?
Before we answer that question, I can answer that question because I'm a product of Caesar. Because I'm also a product of Caesar Academy. So, but before I joined Caesar Academy, I already have a background of designs. But then I used Corel Draw. I never knew how to use Photoshop except maybe to crop pictures, which I was not even good at it as at that time. So, but I was privileged to join the academy. So for me, I already have a background knowledge of graphics. Nevertheless, you probably not having any background knowledge, but it also matters. Your commitment matters a whole lot because Caesar does not have the time. So if you're not ready to engage or fully committed to it, you will just see that you're coming to class, you're not learning anything.
Okay, so I understand why he said this, because when he joined my training, then I was the way I handled it, I know how I managed it then. So there's the way I structured the training now, that even if you don't have design skill, alright, you can still be part of it. But there's something I do when I train people. I don't just teach them how to use the application. No, I'm not that kind of person. Because I found out that after teaching the application, people still like it. So what I do is, when I'm training you, I tell you why this is necessary. And there's something I'm always repeating when I'm training my students. And that thing is, I tell them, see, design is easy. What you just need to do is, believe you can do it. Alright? And don't sit down with what you learn from me. Go to the internet, check out good design, repeat the design that you saw something that you notice from anybody. Repeat the design. The more you do that, the more you start seeing yourself in the business.
Okay, do we have further questions for our panelists? Or we're good? Any other questions from anybody? Going? Go. Please, a round of applause for our panelists real quick. Thank you. They'll take a quick photo together. Thank you so much for honoring us and for sharing from your wealth of knowledge and experience with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually winding down. And we'd just like to thank everyone that has been a part of this occasion. We also live streamed this event. All right, so what it means basically is that you're able to watch this after now, and maybe a few persons joined us virtually as well. So special thanks to all of you for your patience. We love you, we love you, we love you. All right. Are we good? Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, our panelists. Thank you, God bless you. Thank you. All right. DJ. Thank you, thank you, DJ. Thank you, Candice. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what they say. Whatever would have a beginning, obviously would have an ending. I want to believe that we have gleaned so much from the wealth of experience here today. All right. And so to give us the closing remark and the votes of thanks, I'd like to respectfully bring to the microphone a beautiful woman in person of Temitope Bankole. Temitope Bankole is the business development manager and project manager at Black Drum TV, where she drives growth and growth strategies and oversees key projects within the media industry. In addition to her professional roles, Temitope is a dedicated music minister, sharing her passion for worship through inspiring performances. She's also a skilled makeup artist, known for her creative expertise in enhancing natural beauty. Her diverse talents and commitment to excellence makes her a versatile and dynamic professional. Ladies and gentlemen, for the votes of thanks and closing remark, can we please put our hands together for Temitope Bankole? Please a round of applause for her. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to say a very big thank you for everyone that turned up for us. Thank you so much. And I'd like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors and partners. In the presence of Next Studios, Ekas, John Vance, Black Drums, Biodo and Ibikunle, Absolute Keepsake, for the ones I can't call out, thank you so much. God bless you. And I'd like to leave a word with us that we've had the privilege of listening to some of the brightest minds and most creative thinkers. Each of them had shared their knowledge, experiences, and visions for the better future of the creative world. Now, but as we leave here today, remember that the true essence of I Create is not just what happened within this wall, but I'd like each and every one of us to take this out there and, innovate with it, share ideas, make meaning with everything which you have learned from this conference. In leaving you with this, I'd like to say thank you very much, and we are looking forward to seeing you in the next I Create event. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very blissful evening with every single one of you. Thank you for coming out to learn. Thank you for coming out to collaborate. And thank you for being an instrumental part of this event. It is still I Create by Next Studios. Please ensure that you spread the gospel of what we're